All right. Well, it looks like my co host is in place and we're going to get started. Welcome back to Advocacy Arena's weekly live chat, where we gather to inform and inspire civic engagement each Monday at 1 p.m. Eastern and 12 p.m. Central Time. We are here to continue our commitment to start the week with some good trouble. To inform, inspire, and uplift our civic engagement. And we want to thank you for continuing to join, support, and participate in this initiative of Advocacy Arena. And to that end, I would like to ask you all to share and retweet the space. It is recorded. So I realize we're having this the beginning of the week, middle of people's workday. So a lot of people can't join, or even if they join, they may not be able to actively participate. But, even if you can't join in the conversation, actively listening is also very important and very supportive of these efforts. So I want to thank you all for joining us today. And with that, I am going to give my co host an opportunity to say hello, and we'll get the conversation started.
Happy Monday, everyone. So happy to be back here in Advocacy Arena. And I just want to share some thoughts with I've listened to a couple spaces and I've listened to some real life conversations. And I want to talk to you about disease and disconnect. And unfortunately, these are two words that apply to too many voters going into this election season. This is something that is happening on both sides of the aisle. People are disconnected because they simply do not have the bandwidth, do not know how to disseminate the information, are disinterested, or simply do not care. Some are disconnected because they have made a personal choice to actively disengage from the voting process or plan to vote third party or even going to make a mockery of the presidential vote and, write somebody ridiculous in just for the heck of it. And my biggest fear is that these decisions will leave too large of a majority of this country disenfranchised. And I understand that deep bone feeling that the Democratic Party has left some feeling disappointed. People are feeling discounted as far as their concerns, whether it be housing, poverty, inflation, food insecurity, the policies going on with Gaza, or 100 other issues that are discouraging them from casting a vote for the Biden-Harris administration in November 2024. Some of these feelings of discontent are being instructed and cultivated by disinformation. Let's just be honest about that. There are machinations in place by the right wing, by the Republicans, by anarchists, and many others who seek to disperse the discord in an effort to disable our democracy. And this would be a disgrace. Some are planning to withhold their vote because they are disgruntled. Some of those same folks aren't even aware that the people or groups that they are following disguise themselves as revolutionary. And my opinion is that there are a lot of disingenuous folks out there, and they're going to be the cause of our disinheritance of our own destiny of achieving equity and maintaining our democracy. And that's not to say that I dismiss their right or their decision to not vote. However, I do think that the Biden-Harris administration and the Democratic Party are being unfairly disparaged. And while I will admit that there are people that have been displaced or feel disposable until it's time for an election, I'd like to ask them, those that are dissatisfied, how involved have they been in their local, state, and federal government? Have they reached out to communicate their displeasure? Have they sought out resources that could help them better disseminate information so that they understand the issues and facts from lives and half truths? Or did they just simply dissolve their relationship with the party and the electoral process prematurely? Much of what we see happening is because in the not so distant past, people decided to disassociate from the ballot box. And what we see now is a distorted view of what our country should look like. And at the end of the day, that's the biggest disservice they have perpetrated on our country, on our communities, on our families, and on ourselves. So the cure for this disease is to vote. And I kind of really want to harken back to an article I posted earlier, and I'll put it in the nest. I just want to remind folk there's no cavalry coming to save us. We have to do it for ourselves. So I hope that people are having meaningful conversations and are learning to not just hear people or not just listen to people, but to actually hear them, and respect what they're saying, and then being able to judge whether or not further conversation and discourse would might move the needle. I don't want people to spin their wheels and, expend a lot of energy, but I do want people to actively listen so that as we get closer, we have a better understanding. I mean, are we really hearing them? Are they just being frustrated in that moment? Or is this someone that you might be able to change their mind? You might be able to get them into the voting booth, and you might be able to get them to support the Biden Harris campaign. That's where I think we have to really put our energies, because our voting records are just ridiculous. Everywhere I turn, from people here on this Twitterverse to actually going to our polling places, during this last presidential primary, the turnout is just so low, and we could do better. So we have to figure out how to reach them. And the only way to figure that out is to have a dialogue where we're actively listening to them. And hopefully that can be part of the cure for that disease. I do have some union news, and it is not great news. Georgia Republicans passed a bill recently punishing union-friendly employers. It's called Senate Bill 362, and this legislation bars companies from receiving state subsidies even after they voluntarily recognize their workers' union, instead of requiring employees to vote in a secret ballot election. And so basically, let me explain what that means. There's something called a card check. Card check is what the UAW is currently going through with workers at Volkswagen. I think last time I heard, it was over 50%. Closer, they wanted to get to 70%, and I think that actually did get there, because they said once they got to 70%, they would then call for an election. But that's not really how the law is written. If the company voluntarily recognized them just based on the cards they've signed, then they would already be able to begin negotiating and setting up their teams actually for negotiating. And that's not happening, and this bill makes it hard or discourages it. So it's directly aimed to attack card check, where workers are allowed to unionize simply by signing those cards. And the bill passed along party lines, 31 to 23 was the Senate vote, 96 to 78 was the vote in the House. And of course, Governor Kemp backs this legislation. But many experts think that it's going to face legal challenges because it conflicts with the federal labor law. Because really, the National Labor Relations Act of 1935, it allows employers to recognize a union and immediately start bargaining because their wishes are clear. And that's exactly what unions prefer as well. Voluntary recognition, gets rid of a lot of the hostility that goes along with the election process that takes place. You know, that election process, it's full of intimidation and abuse of the workers, and lots of propaganda and captive audience meetings. And these meetings are more than likely they're mandatory, and the workers have to sit there and basically listen to the company mildly or directly intimidate them. A lot of times, any of the union leaders in the facility will be called out. Many of them get fired. And then that whole process slows down the process to getting towards an election as well. So then, the workers become apathetic about it or discouraged about it. And sometimes they lose support in the process. And so that's a really, it's a really tough, very tough, and disappointing process for those who really wanted to see a union in their plant or facility, workplace, however you want to say it. So we all need to just recognize that this is just, part of, the employer and dark money groups, broader effort to, squash union support, especially after, the summer of organizing and the summer of social unrest, as it was, with so many strikes, and so many stoppages, and then getting some groundbreaking contracts at the end of it. They don't want to see any of that. So this is a way for them to kind of slow that down, stop the process, and make it go away. And I'll be putting the article up in the nest so that you guys can read about it. The bright spot is that the United Steelworkers did endorse President Biden for the 2024 election. And I'll let you guys stop listening to me, and we'll get into some news that is going on around the country as well.
Well, thank you for kind of getting us started. As I said before, we are expecting, or I said in the rollout of the space, I am expecting a candidate for Congress to join us in a bit. And so whoever is in the queue at that time, just know that we'll stop everything to bring them on board and to get to know them. But until then, I have put a lot of information in the nest that I hope you guys will take in. And I love the way you started us off today, Soul Sister, just getting people to think. And the thing that was like prescient for me and on my mind was something that Speaker Emeritus Nancy Pelosi said, which I will be continuing to use because it is so true. Because one of the things of all the stories, there are lots of things that are going on. But one of the things that has been heavy on my heart is this attack on DEI. And she said that our diversity was our strength and that our unity is our superpower. So I just want us to remember that because that is my belief. It has always been my belief. And she said it in such a succinct manner. And I think it captures all of what I'm feeling and the truth of the matter about our country. So I just want to let you guys know about that. Our candidate is here trying to bring him up to speaker. So, Royce, I'm going to try it again. You should see an invite kind of come down on your screen. Look from the top. It said accept. So, accept that invite to speak if you can. If you're having trouble, just let me know. We'll talk you through it. Okay. And while we're getting him up, I know I do have two speakers already here. So while we're getting him in place, I'll go to Carol. So kind of make it brief, if you will, and then Joseph, okay?
Hey, good morning. Thanks so much for giving me the mic. And yeah, it's real brief. Good piece of good, really. Soul Sister, you and I did mixed space. We had people all the way from our democratic, hardworking side, all the way, well, just to put it in a nutshell, people who have really opted out of voting and even tell other people to opt out of voting as a protest vote or as a way to put pressure on the Democrats for reparation. You know the contingent I'm talking about. And I just want to say that, in some case, people get carried along with a spirit of irreverence. There's a spirit of irreverence toward politics, trust toward government that goes all the way back had students from the Democratic left who were protesting and really concerned about real things happening in Latin America, and things that happened since that time. And a lot of, books at that time were some of the first ways that young people got mobilized. And some of those people are the parents or the older brothers or sisters of people who have like an irreverent attitude today, and in some cases get caught up because they're not part of university educate or like establishment. What we now is the established good government. Those was something that was doing things that were nefarious. So I just want to say that out there, that not everybody has bad intention, but they do get caught brought up. And I just wanted to share a really piece of good news that
Okay, Carol, I'm going
I
to ask you to save it. Our candidate is here,
oh,
and you know
okay. All right.
the
I
candidate.
watched a conversion in real time last night in another space. One of the people who was in our space announced they were going to vote for Trump as a protest vote because of the reason and the rationality and the thing our space together, last night's space, they announced they're going.
Well,
That's
that's awesome news, and perhaps we can talk more about it. But yeah, it is important to have these conversations, and I thank you for extending the invite. And it just goes to show something I've said all along: like, not everyone is evil, but you know, we. I don't waste a lot of time with MAGAs. You have to make that determination when there is the possibility for change. And if it's not, you know, stop wasting your energy and time and move on to the next. But I am never willing to just count someone out. You know, from first conversations or statements. So thank you for that. We'll talk more about it later. Joseph, going to get to you. If you would like to speak, or if you want, you can wait till after our brief time with our candidate here. So your choice.
Thanks, Ms. D. I will go ahead and defer to Royce, just because there's things that I kind of want to build on what Soul Sister said, and I don't want to too lengthy, and so I will defer to Royce at the moment, and then we'll circle back to him because I'm very eager to hear what he has to tell us.
Absolutely. So thank you for that. Yeah, she did stir a lot of thought provoking. She made a lot of thought provoking statements. So I am very eager to dive into that conversation with you. So thank you for that. Royce, welcome to the space. You managed it. Hooray.
I did it. I'm so proud of myself.
I'm so proud of you too. Yay!
Well, because you and Soul Sister do have some history, I would like her to introduce you,
Okay.
and then you can just say hello. And we're going to start with some questions so people can find out more about you.
Absolutely. I love it. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, thank you for taking time out of what I know is a busy schedule because you're running for Congress to come and join us and give us an opportunity to get to know you and to help you in your efforts.
Absolutely. And I have to apologize for that mean game of phone tag we were playing there. And I don't know who's it at this point, but I apologize for, not being
No
so quick with it.
worries. No worries. We are determined people here. We will not be deterred,
That's
especially
right.
when it's for doing and making good trouble and doing good work. So, uh,
Absolutely.
all right. So sister, giving you the floor, my dear.
Well, my goodness, not prepared to do Royce Kinniebrew. I first met Royce when he was working his. He gave me a tour. He gave a group a tour. I happened to be, and just the fact that I learned something, and because I was working so closely with the staff. At this point, I was working with Ford Motor Company, and so we were getting ready to put on this big shindig, the Ford Freedom Awards, and I had a lot of opportunities to have many conversations with Royce, and each and every time I learned. So I would say that the first thing that you need to recognize about Royce Kinniebrew is that he is a consummate teacher. And his leadership was very prevalent. It was just something that he carried. It was something about him, and I've never been more proud to watch someone grow from there to being an entrepreneur and continuing to give back, working within the schools and still being able to enjoy life. I mean, didn't you go to Tokyo or something like that? I mean, it's
I,
just
I
like
went to China.
China.
So yeah,
China.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. He's just when I saw that he was running and who he was running against, I thought there is no better person in this in the state that can beat this. I
Yeah.
mean, and he's quite talented as well. Maybe if we ever get lucky enough, we get to hear his golden voice. But
Oh my Lord.
we'll have to settle for his speaking voice this time. But I will let Royce get details of himself, what he wants to share with us today. But I just want to say that this is this is a person who I can truly call friend, who is very dependable, who is very loyal. I can call him, we might not talk for a year or two, and can call him, and it's like nothing. Picking up from yesterday, he's never met a person he didn't know. How about that? He's an amazing human being, and I'm so proud to be able to support you in such a great endeavor, and I'm claiming it already.
Thank you. Thank you. Claim it. Call those things that be not as though they were. That's what we gonna do.
Amen.
That's
Amen
what we
to
gonna
that. So,
do.
Royce,
Yes.
so glad to have you, and
Mhm.
tell people what you are running for. You know, tell them your name, what you're running for, and then we'll just get into a little, get to some questions to help
Okay.
suss out your campaign and information about you.
Absolutely. Well, I am Royce Kinniebrew. I am running for the Democratic nomination for the 12th Congressional District that will be opposing Congresswoman Rashida Talib. I'm excited about the idea. I'm excited about the prospect. Thank you to Twitter and Black Twitter for helping me with my announcement. It came, I got a call from Soul Sister that was like, Royce, you are running for Congress. I'm like, how you know? And she was like, it's all over Twitter. I was like, okay, well, there it is then. But yeah, I'm excited about the process. I really love my country, and I really love my community. And I just saw it necessary for me to continue the work that I've been doing at a higher level to help more people, and especially at a time like.
Well, amen to that, and I'm thankful that you are running. And so, you know, you kind of got into this a little bit, but just, you know, suss it out a little bit for us. When and why did you decide to run?
Absolutely. Well, I think that it's hugely important for people in the community to be connected with the community. I'm not a big complainer. I'm not one that says, you know what, I think those kids ought to do that. Or I think those parents don't need to do this. Or I think those teachers need to do this better. I think the issues that we see in our community, that somebody at some point is going to have to stand up and get into the fight. And so for me, I had already been doing a lot of community work in the last couple of years. I've been in the schools over 100 times, working with parents, working with students to help them deal with this post-pandemic trauma that they are experiencing. And I kind of knew when. It's really two events that happened that I knew that it had to be me. And one of them, I was watching television in the morning about to get ready for my day, and I was a committee meeting video came up, and it was Marjorie Taylor Greene was saying something demonstrably false about critical race theory. And it made my stomach. And I started actually framing question or framing pushback for what she had just said. And I was thinking to myself, I haven't heard any Democrats or anybody in this House meeting push back in the way that I would push back. And that sort of gave me a notion that that was a gap that needed to be filled, and that it was probably that it was somebody that like me that needed to fill it. And then I was again watching a show, I think it might have been Morning Joe, and they were talking about a Democrat who had posted a video on X, formerly known as Twitter. And this video talked about, their opposition to Joe Biden, and that she is going to lead a protest against the president, and that we can't depend on he's not going to be able to depend on us in 2024. And that literally scared because of the last two presidential elections, how one went just over about 12,000 votes, went in 2016 for Donald Trump, and then a little over 100,000 votes went for Biden. To hear somebody in Michigan say that, that the president is not going to be able to depend on us. That scared me. And so I said, you know what? I got to get into this race because, and at the time, the Congresswoman didn't have anyone opposing her. And I said, you know what? I got to get into this race because if former President Trump wins the state of Michigan, it possibly can tip the election to where he becomes the next president. And I don't think the communities that I love and support and work in will be able to exist. So that's why I got into the race.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. So tell us a little bit about those are certainly great motivators, but tell us about people or projects or things that influence and guide you in your civic work and the work that you do.
Right. I think, when you go into schools, first of all, I taught fourth grade, I taught fifth grade. I was a seventh grade teacher, eighth grade teacher. I was a dean of students, assistant principal, athletic director, coach. So I was in the school every day, K-12 staff. And so I believe that in the schools is where the rubber meets the road. And in the work that I'm doing now, where I get to go crazy enough, is that the work that I do is virtually all in District 12, Congressional District 12 in Michigan. And so I see the people, the kids, their parents, the staff in those schools, and I see the type of support. I see the struggle that they are experiencing. And so really it's the work that I've been doing. And but then at the same time, which is peculiar to have another career going on at the same time, is that I've done diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility work for federal agents. So, there would be a time where I would drive to work, I would have a suitcase packed in the truck, and I would go through all day and teach a class or do my work as an administrator. I would drive to Metro Airport, jump on a plane, fly to DC, and fake call in sick the next morning. I can't make it today. I'm not feeling well. And then do a DEIA program or training for staff or a keynote lecture on MLK or Black History Month, jump back on the plane later on that evening, be back in the classroom the next morning. So I'm doing those things for over 10 years at the same time until I decided to go off and work for myself. And so that work being so important to me in this political climate, when you have people banning books in school, when you have people attacking Black history curriculum, when you have people attacking diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, it's like, Royce, if not you, then who? And so that is the influence of the work, is saying that the people and the work that's important to me is coming under attack. And the only way to stop it is for me to get in the gap and the spaces where those people are, to push back in real time against the things that they're saying and the things.
Amen to that. Like you said, if not you, then who? And when I started just looking a little bit at your background, and I'm so glad that you shared that with us. I too thought about this attack that we have on DEI and on public education, on public schools at this time. And I know that a lot of your work and things that you do are around. I know you do a lot of speaking engagements, conferences, if you will, around social emotional learning.
Mm,
So when I saw that, so we're going to talk about that a little bit more, because you and I are going to be doing a one-on-one interview as
yes.
well, because the area of education is certainly a passion of mine. So,
Mm,
and the fact that Soul Sister met you in a, hold on one second, Royce. We're trying to amplify you a little bit more. So I'm going to give Wilson an opportunity to speak just a second, because I think I know what it's about and it's all good for us. So we're going to stick a pin in that. So go ahead, Wilson.
okay.
Hello, can you guys hear me? This is a new microphone.
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. So just to introduce myself really quick, my name is Wilson McCabe. I'm the owner of Resist Radio. What we're doing right now, Royce, is we're going to get you up on the radio, and we're going to give you a bigger platform. All right.
Oh my
I
goodness.
do
Thank
have
you so much.
I do have a couple of questions for you, but let me get this up and going, and we can come back to me.
Okay.
All right. So yes, that is wonderful. And Wilson, thank you so very much. And what a wonderful opportunity for you, Royce, because that's why we're here, to let people
Yay.
know who you are and what you're about, and what you can bring to your constituents there in Michigan. And Wilson, thank you so very much. So,
Oh, no problem. Thank you all. I really appreciate the fact that we're having this space right now.
all right. So we're going to get back to, like I said, and Royce and I will be doing a one-on-one interview as well, to
Mhm.
go to dig further in. But I wanted to ask if you had ever run for office before.
I did. I ran for city council, and Detroit City Council here, and it was such a peculiar it was such a peculiar attempt that it didn't work out, and I'm glad that it didn't, because I wouldn't be available to run right now. And well, I would be available to run right now, but I think that it worked out the way that it was supposed to be. It was such a mishap. You only needed 500 signatures. I ended up having over 1,200, but because of some administrative things, I ended up not getting on the ballot. And I was so frustrated, and really, at that point, I'm gonna be honest with you. At that point, I was done with the political process. And I said, you know what? I'm gonna put my head down. I'm gonna work in these schools. I'm gonna do my government contracting with my government partners and my federal agencies, and I'm not gonna worry about political office anymore. And then the atmosphere changed, and then these seminal things happened. I said, you know what? It's not about what's best for me. It's what's best for us. And I think that when I look back, as Soul Sister said that she met me at the Museum of African American History. So I majored in Africana Studies at the University of Iowa, along with English. I finished the English degree. I didn't finish the Africana Studies degree, but it was so important for me to look back at people like John Lewis, look back at people like Diane Nash, look back at people like James Neville and Martin Luther King and Medgar Evers, and to see that they had a commitment to the community and to the country, where it wasn't about their comfort. And so, how can I say, well, I didn't like how something worked out, so I'm not going to participate because I was uncomfortable? The only reason I had the opportunity to run and have be so easy and not a threat of my life is because of what people did prior to me. And so I just felt such a responsibility to do it, no matter how I felt and how much money I had in the bank.
I hear you. I hear you. And I
Yeah.
love that because, all the folks who are regulars in this community know I love me some John Lewis. And I know that John Lewis was trained and shaped in his civic engagement by Diane Nash, both of whom did that here in Nashville. Miss Nash
Mm-hmm.
lives here. And John Lewis, although he is the son of Alabama and made his home in Georgia, he got his civic chops right here in
Mm-hmm.
Nashville, and I just love his spirit. And I'm also, a bit of a history nerd, so I love that you
Yeah.
guys met when you were a docent, I guess, at
Yeah.
the museum there. And I
Yeah.
too had a small time in my life where I was the director of our small local
Oh,
museum. So
wow.
yes, yes.
Yeah, I
So
like that.
absolutely. So, on to the next question.
Hmm.
What do you believe are the most important issues facing Michiganders and Americans today in this
Well,
environment?
absolutely. Well, there are really two things that are very, very important to me: the spread and dissemination of misinformation, disinformation, and flat out lies, because that is impacting the way people think, the way people act, the way people vote, the way people spend their money. That's important. And the other thing that's important is, and I'm not the only one that believes this. I believe that our country is in the midst of a mental health crisis. And when you go inside of schools and you talk to parents, you talk to students, you talk to staff, and you talk to people in the community inside and outside the schoolhouse, you see that people are severely having mental health challenges, to the extent where people are self medicating, whether it's kids through vaping, whether it's adults through alcohol, cannabis, more illicit drugs, whether you see the increase in domestic violence, you see the increase of suicide among our children and adults, that mental health issue has always been important to me, but in particular now. And the reason why it's important to me personally is because my mom suffered and suffers from mental illness right now. And I know what that can do to a household, and I know what that can do to children. And so those two things are important. And, that's why I want to applaud the Biden administration for the Safer Communities Act, because we know it as groundbreaking legislation in regards to sensible gun reform, but it also had a piece of funding for mental health services children. And so when you look at an environment where people are saying don't vote for President Joe Biden, and that opens up the ability for somebody else to win, then that makes us vulnerable for those things to be repealed, for those things to be funded, and we just can't have that happen in our.
I think you just said that perfectly. And I think that's really important. There's a lot of things that have been done by the Biden Harris administration that they just don't get enough credit for. And I'm glad to hear you, applauding their efforts, because we just need more people who are out on that trail that aren't just pumping for their own votes, but also pumping for the Biden Harris campaign. So
Absolutely. And I know that we've had some more people join us, and I just want to let them know that we have Royce Kinniebrew in the space with us today, who is running for what's the district in
Michigan.
Michigan?
It's Michigan's 12th congressional district, opposing Congresswoman Rashida.
And we're so happy to have him. And I'm so happy that she has an opponent. So we're going to get to our next question, which I loved your answers. And you seem to have a very, very good feel for the issues that, not only Michiganders, but
Mhm.
Americans writ large are facing.
Mhm.
How do you hope or plan to address those concerns, Royce?
Absolutely. Well, number one is that I want to support, and first of all, to in my district, and so part of my district it has half of Detroit in it, and the 13th congressional district has the other half of Detroit. And for those of you that don't know, Detroit is a huge place that is majority African American, but is one of the poorest big black cities in the country, where we have about over in between 30 to 35% of our citizens are living in poverty. And so for me, that has a district that has a vulnerable population like that, one of the things that I want to do, first of all, is to help reauthorize the child tax credit, because that put money and that was done during, of course, the Biden Harris administration. And that took upwards of 40% of kids out of poverty, of which we know that children of color and poor and low wealth kids are more disproportionately in that bucket of kids. And that helped to get so many kids out and help them and their families. So that's thing number one: reauthorize that child tax credit. The other thing that I want to make sure that we do is I want to make sure that we get more training for our classroom teachers and administrators. So, Miss D, one of the things that I see when I go into the schools is that, and you talked about social and emotional learning, that for the most part, from what I have seen, teachers and administrators aren't using social and emotional learning because it is typically not a topic area that is taught in schools of education, which train all of our teachers and our administrators. So you would usually have to get that training in a postgraduate, a post bachelor degree, professional development like the ones that I do. But the fact that it is 130,930 schools in America, it would take me 300 years to do them all. So we got to find a way to get our schools of education and also our departments of education in state to do that training at a bigger and more significant clip so that they can influence more teachers. Because that skill, we know what the data says between social and emotional learning, between the five areas, which are, it's a self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision making, that if you can work in those five areas, they will call them the soft skills or the life skills, that it helps kids be more successful in their academics and in their social suits, and help them inside and outside the school. So those two things, and then really just pushing back against this threat against DEIA, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, because whatever the right wing MAGA extremists are doing, we have to recognize that it is a plan, that it is a strategy, and they are not fighting for something for 2 or 3 years. This is a generational approach that they are taking to dynamically shift the structure of the country and how it is that people interact with each other. And I want to push back against that and have a bigger microphone to.
And you absolutely deserve to have one. I tell you, you're giving me goosebumps here because it is
I
something.
told you.
It is something that is near and dear to my heart. When I started talking to people, I recognized the attack, the assault on our education system. And for
Mm-hmm.
me, I know I spent a decade in Germany and
Mm-hmm.
study and, continue to learn about aspects of fascism. And I
Mm-hmm.
know that one of the ways in which they were able to do that was by destroying the educational system. You
Mm-hmm.
know, and so I started digging into aspects of our education system,
Mm-hmm.
and I learned about, social and emotional learning. And, I also started to see, as you said, in some of the right wing think tanks and organizations who are
Mm-hmm.
trying to destroy those things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, how can you be angry about this? I think I remember that it was formed, I think it was in a northeastern state.
Mm-hmm.
And was it Boston? I don't know
I
if I
think
have
I think it was up in Boston, but you're talking about back in the mid '90s, and so
exactly.
yeah, so you're talking about 30 years that this has been here, but it hasn't become a part of the curriculum and Department of Education in universities, and that's an issue, and we have to understand, or try to facilitate through the Department of Education and states. Department of Education to get this type of training to our educators as fast as possible.
Absolutely. And so, with that being said, like I said, I could talk to you all day. I am going to want to give some other folks a chance, but I do have some more questions that
Okay.
I would kind of like to get you to answer,
Mm-hmm.
to give people just a little bit better understanding of your background, your
Mm-hmm.
experience, and your passion.
Okay.
And you've hit on a few of these things already, and you have a clear understanding of the extremism that we're facing.
Mm-hmm.
So in our current political climate, locally and nationally, and I want to know how you how you see it and how you plan to deal with it. But before you answer, Wilson, I know he's trying to broadcast this, and he may have something related to that. So
Mm-hmm.
Wilson, did you?
No, no, no. I was just raising my hand because I wanted to get in line for questions. So
All right,
I'll
okay.
follow after you.
All right, no problem. I know it's exciting. So, how do you plan to deal with the extremism that has really taken root? It's just not in small pockets. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I feel like the Republican Party has made it a platform. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's almost a requirement now
Mm-hmm.
to be a part of that party.
Mm-hmm.
It's to be extreme. How do you see it, and how do you plan to deal with it?
Well, I see it the way that everyone else sees it, and that is that it is a existential threat to American democracy. And that is fundamentally one of the reasons why I'm running, because if right-wing MAGA extremists get control of the presidency, the White House, and the Senate. The president, see the House of Representatives and the Senate. You're talking about a drastic reimagination of what America can become. And so the way that I deal with extremists, and I just want to have people understand that the reason why people are the way they are is because they digest a certain amount of information from certain places. Nobody is the way that they are just because they're that way. And the extremists are being fueled by this right wing echo chamber where you get the Newsmax and the Fox News and the Breitbart and the Rogans and the Hannitys and the Candace Owens. And so they only listen to one spot. And so I heard a story of a guy that was an extremist, an older gentleman, and he was digesting his Fox News and he was listening to his Hannity, he was listening to his Tucker Carlson, and for some reason his cable got cut off. And it was cut off, and it was cut off for like a month. And his family said when he stopped watching and absorbing and listening that right wing extremist MAGA fodder that was being put out, misinformation, disinformation, and just flat out lies, that he totally changed and became a person that you can actually have a conversation with and was willing to recognize that he had some things, some ideas that he could reevaluate. And so for me, I know I can't go across the country and cut everybody cable off. But what I can do is I can do three things, or just really one thing. Just tell the truth. Some of those guys and some of those folks in that echo chamber, they are not going to and that's why they are where they are. But there are enough Americans in the middle who consider themselves independent, who lean Democratic, independent, who lean Republican, who you can have a conversation with. And I believe that I have a strong enough command of history, a strong enough command of politics. I was a social studies teacher, so I did used to people, and I was that guy at the Museum of African American who did these tours. I do diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. So I have the prerequisite foundation to tell the truth in a way that people could understand it. The issues or the challenges I think that politicians have that I don't have, being an educator, I think it makes it easier for me to explain a little bit more difficult concepts and ideas, to break them down where the average American can understand them. So to deal with extremism, I'm just going to tell the truth. I'm just going to push back against misinformation, disinformation, and flat out lies. And one of them being, I'll just start with this one, is that the Trump economy is better than the Biden economy. Numbers show that President Joe Biden, Kamala Harris's economy in on every metric is better than Donald Trump. But because those Republican presidential candidates, when it was 10 and 12 of them, they continuously were on the airways spreading misinformation, disinformation, and saying this tagline: the failed policies of Joe Biden, right? And so people that are listening to me, when you talk to those extremists and you talk to those Republicans or independents that lean Republican, and you hear the term failed policies of Joe Biden, you know you're not talking to somebody that knows issues and details, but what you are talking to is a person that is led by talking points. And so it is incumbent on us to make sure that we're able to explain to these people in detail how the policies of Joe Biden have impacted the economy to make it better than the economy of Donald Trump, because that is one of the most important parts of this campaign.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And it goes to, what we talk about and what we try to leave people with every week when we have this space, and that is like propaganda is pretty much just a fire hose of lies, you
Mhm.
know. And what we have to do is to create our own fire hose of truth, And I love the story that you told about the gentleman,
Hmm.
whose
Hmm.
cable got disconnected, and it kind of brought him back to a place of sanity. And it resembles a story that I've heard in another community that I'm a part of, where some of their family members have been sucked into this MAGA cult,
Hmm.
and it is exactly what one of them, I think she's even written a book. I'll try to find it before the space is over about it. But it's the exact same thing that you said. She
Hmm.
took away, I'm thinking that if I recall correctly, that it was a father, and something happened, and she, I guess had more control. I don't know if he got ill or whatever. And she turned off his radio. She
Hmm.
unplugged his radio,
Hmm.
because there are also a lot of conservative, they have their own media
Absolutely.
infrastructure. So those
Absolutely.
podcasts and things,
Hmm.
and that was when he was able to reset his brain, and
Hmm.
she could have rational conversations with him. So I'm so thankful that you told that story, and to know that that wasn't just a one-off, that
Hmm.
like it really works and it's true.
Yeah.
So, with that being said, I wanted to ask for more specifics around, like the issues. I think I know the answer, but I'd just like for you to tell folks, what specific issues do you plan to champion when you win? Because we're going to claim this.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, definitely education reform, mental health reform, making sure that we can get people the type of resources that they need. And Miss Dean, I think one of the things that's important to me, and that I have noticed doing this work that I do, where I mean over the past 2 years I've been over in the schools over 100 times, and parents and other adults don't know the resources that are available, and I want to be a almost like an information hub with my constituent services, because I get money, a budget for that, to deal with constituent service, to let them know what's available from the federal government, let them know what's available in the state community, and also from the state government and also from the local government, so that people can get the help and the services that they need, because they don't know it. So definitely mental health, definitely educational reform. Those are two that are important for me. And the passing of the John Lewis Voting Rights Act that never was passed, and the George Floyd Policing Act that never was passed. I want to see if we can get those of legislation passed because of the impact that those two areas have in our community.
Absolutely. Oh, I love it. We just got to do everything we can to make sure that you do win this seat.
Thank
And you
you.
kind of touched on this a little bit, but
Mhm.
again, you can, suss it out a little bit more for people. I wanted to see, like how you plan to use your position in government to make sure that the concerns of your constituents are
Mhm.
heard and
Mhm.
their needs are addressed. And you touched on that a little bit
Yeah,
about,
absolutely. Well, for me, I know that it's about information and it's about exposure. And so you have to be present in places and create these partnerships and relationships. I believe that to help my constituents and to make sure that they get the help that they have to have some type of buy-in. They have to have a certain amount of engagement. I think Soul Sister was talking about voter participation. People participate in things that they feel have a benefit to their life. And so part of my platform is civic education. I want to where whenever they put a mic in my face, whether it's a minute, whether it's 2 minutes, to talk about why get involved, and to talk about how that you can be involved in education and how education can do something for you, because a lot of what we're hearing from younger voters and African American voters is that the Democratic Party is taking me for granted and doesn't respect me and doesn't respect my vote. And my response is, I respect that position. I respect your point of view and you sharing and having your First Amendment right. But I want to ask this question. What is your ask? What have you asked your state senator? What have you asked your mayor? What meetings have you gone? What parent-teacher conference have you gone? My grandmother used to say, it's the squeaky wheel that gets the oil. I think we need to help people create what I want to call a individualized success plan for their households, for their communities, for their districts, for their cities, where they have a particular ask of their politicians and the people that they have been elected. And what it'll get them more engaged. And then it'll also help the politicians be in better contact and understanding what their constituents want, right? And so for me, it is teaching my constituents how to be engaged and what civic engagement looks like and how you can be engaged and how you can use what the federal government, your state government, and your local government already does to help you in your individualized success.
You are so speaking my language. I'm telling you. Like, I cannot wait for our extended interview
Yeah.
because I do, that is the mission of the space, this weekly space that Soul Sister and I hold, is to increase civic engagement. And
Hmm.
then you talked about making people aware
Yeah.
because it's like people can't change things or fix things if they're not aware
Yeah.
of things. I
Yeah.
love how you spoke to, because I know this from my own personal experience. I worked at the local level for my city government.
Hmm.
And one of the things that I realized was because I was at the table, I had an inside view and understanding that the people in my community that I was going to church with and,
Hmm.
my daughter was going to school with, they did not know that certain programs were
Hmm.
available,
Hmm.
existed, that there were grants to, refurbish their house or their
Yes.
communities and these kinds of things. So I worked with a lot of people who helped to bring that awareness
Yes.
to the members of my community. And I just
Yes.
love, love, love that you understand that and that
Yes.
you have a plan to address that. So,
Yes.
yes, they need you. So, with that being said, I I feel like it's kind of obvious, but I want you to tell people, like, why do you think you're the right person to do this?
Because the needs of the constituents, in my opinion, are not being met by the current congressperson. And I think that, and I heard it being said that Dr. King was Dr. King because of the times that he was in. And I think that people in leadership sometimes the times seek them out and sometimes they seek out the times, and I think the times have sought me out. And I think that, when you're talking about my particular skill set and what I'm able to do, that this time period needs a Congressman Royce Kinney. Just like I truly, truly believe that this time needs a President Joe Biden and a Vice President Kamala Harris for the exact issues that and challenges that the country is having right now. I just think that is the administration for us, and I definitely believe it's better than the alternative. And so I believe the same thing in regard to me, why I'm the person to do it. Because I watch a lot of these committee meetings. I watch, and I have so many people that I admire in the Democratic Party who are elected officials. And but when you hear like a Jasmine Crockett, Jasmine Crockett mixes it up. You're just not gonna say anything in Jasmine Crockett's committee meeting without Jasmine Crockett, Congresswoman from Texas, pushing back against it. And so I want to bring that Jasmine Crockett type spirit and a representation of the people to take, what I know that the people of this district, how they feel and what they are concerned about, so that my constituents, concerns are represented on a platform where people know about what are the people from Detroit, Dearborn Heights, Garden City, Livonia, Redford, Westland, these areas that people know what they're concerned about. And so I think I'm the right person because I've gone all of these places. I've talked because I think that when you go into a school, what you are seeing is a microcosm of the community that surrounds, along with doing other stuff outside the community. Like I worked with an organization called Black Parent Network, where I help parents create a home environment to help improve the literacy skills of their kids. I work with an organization called Focus Hope, where I worked in a program that they had called Flip the Script, which was to help improve the soft skills, the conflict resolution skills of returning citizens coming back from being incarcerated, to decrease recidivism and help them to be productive citizens. So I've had work inside the schools and work outside the schools. And then the federal agency work is so important because another one of the things that I've done is I worked for over a decade, and I'm still affiliated with this organization called Blacks in Government, where I was a facilitator doing in what's called their National Training Institute. And I would do several trainings for staff, Black employees of federal agencies, Treasury, Department of Justice, FBI, ATF, and all of that good stuff. So I believe I'm the right guy for the right time right now, based on those experiences that I've had.
I believe you are too. I'm telling you, you're making me want to move to Michigan just so I can cast my vote for you.
Well,
I'm
well, tell your
serious.
friends in Detroit in the 12th congressional district. That's what we
You
can
better
do.
believe it because I do have some relatives there, and
Absolutely.
you better believe I am. And so kind of winding down with my questions and
Okay.
our, interview, and then open the floor to a few other folks that have questions for you. I wanted to know it. I know it's early. You just
Hmm.
recently announced you're
Hmm.
still, getting your team together,
Yep.
getting all of the infrastructure set up.
Hmm.
So that is one of the reasons why I was anxious to get you here, so
Absolutely.
that, like, even though I don't live in Michigan,
Hmm.
there are still things and way that I can do and ways that I can support
Absolutely.
you as well as
Absolutely.
others. So that is why I wanted you here in the
Thank you.
advocacy arena community, so you could, have those ask and let us know how
Yes.
we can help you. But
Absolutely.
before we get to that, I wanted to find out if at this point you had received any specific, endorsements, and if,
Endorsements.
or if there were any endorsements that you were, maybe courting or
Interested
trying
in?
to receive. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I haven't received any endorsements as of yet. And what you will find is a lot of people that have endorsed the congresswoman previously, they've held their endorsement. Like last time at this particular junction, they had already did early endorsements and endorsed, and they haven't endorsed. And so what that is showing me is that, first of all, a lot of people are dissatisfied with the job that she has done in regards to representing the community, and they're waiting for the person to speak out. So the endorsements that I'm looking for, definitely education, definitely union. I'm a union baby. Grew up in a union household. Ate off a UAW table. I remember I used to wear to school my grandfather's UAW stuff, and I really didn't know what the UAW was. But I would also see my classmates wearing UAW stuff to school. Also, the faith-based community. I'm a man of faith. There's certain things that I believe that I hold close to my heart. So endorsements from those communities. And I also I'm a youth coach in track and field. And so those endorsements for people in those communities are important because I want to show people that I'm just not about lights, camera, action. There are a lot of our politicians and our elected officials who just look for the limelight, look for a camera to be in their face. But I'm actually somebody that has been on the ground, working with with young people, working with their parents, working inside of faith-based institutions, working in community organizations, so that they recognize that, when the camera goes in Royce's face, he gonna say what he has to say. But I know that I'm gonna see him in the district helping picking up trash or leading the effort to make sure kids have winter coats or something to that extent.
Tell you, I'm gonna have to start looking for a place to live up there.
Say yes to Michigan. I'm telling
That's
you.
right. That's right.
We got a beautiful trifecta going on right now. You know,
Yes, go hang
we're
out.
gonna keep it
Put
going with
some yard
Royce
signs.
Kinniebrew on deck.
Yeah, put some yard signs out and all of that
Yay!
good stuff. But right now, I am here in Nashville
Mhm.
and I'm doing what I can and I'm going to
Yes.
continue.
Thank you.
And you have given me so much hope. And I hope, that other people have felt and sensed that because I think the extremism that we
Hmm.
have been experiences have
Yeah.
gotten people downhearted,
Yes.
and in a state of hopelessness.
Hmm.
And I hope you're able to stay to the end of the space. But if not,
Sure.
I always close with a quote from John Lewis, which is just an
Mm,
encouragement not to despair.
mm,
And I have been in some interesting spaces over the past week, and I have been troubled by some,
sure.
encouraged by others. And I also had the opportunity last night to co host the space for a candidate running in Florida
Mm,
against a right MAGA extremist.
mm,
And like you, I was so inspired when
mm,
I left that space because knowing that there are good candidates out here that
mm.
have the experience, and you spoke to, like, I'm paraphrasing here a bit,
Sure.
but like the times finding the leader, so to
Yeah.
speak. And I
Yeah.
believe that is the case with you and that young lady I heard yesterday. I believe that is the case with her because she is a Gen Zer. She's of
Mm,
Arab descent,
yeah.
and she is an activist around climate. And
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
Yep,
has had
Moroccan. She's Moroccan specifically. I remember
exactly.
that.
Yes.
Hmm.
So anyway, like I said, and I put the space that we had up in the nest, guys. But like I said, you guys give me hope. And in an organization that I'm a part of here now, I'm on the advisory board for Blue Tennessee, and it
Mm,
is a chapter of Every State Blue.
mm.
Because while Michigan does now have strong Democratic leadership in place, we know that that was not always the case,
No, it
you
was
know.
not. Yeah.
And so you guys give me hope. I tell Soul Sister that all the time, just knowing. And so here in Red Tennessee, with
Hmm.
the active in real time fascism that's
Hmm.
going on here,
Hmm.
I need some hope to hang on to, even if it's not, directly in my
Right.
state. But
Right.
I feel like that, just like you're there in Michigan,
Hmm.
this other young lady, Sabrina, is there in Florida. And of course, we have our Justins and we have our
Absolutely.
Gloria. But what these good candidates need are support behind them
Hmm.
because and so that's what I want to offer here for you
Absolutely.
today.
Thank
So
you.
please tell people where they can find you and how
Absolutely.
they can support your campaign.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for that. And thank you so much for this opportunity to chat. And I'm looking forward to the questions from the folks that are in the space. Right now, my website is about 48 hours. It's so funny. And I was telling Soul Sister, I said, listen, I can tell usually by the resistance that I get from doing stuff. When it doesn't work out, I'm like, how is this not working? This is always like I'm having a technical problem. We're having a technical problem with our website. And I'm like, how is this happening? And when I get that kind of resistance, it's me understanding through my experience and then my faith-based background that is resistance because if there's no test, then there won't be any testimony. And so people can find me, first of all, Act Blue. I'm gonna tell you, I need some money. The candidate that I'm opposing has raised over $3 million, and so 98% of candidates who outspend the other candidate usually win. But the other 2% most likely is gonna be me. But I do need money for, just to get the campaign off the ground. And so you can go to Act Blue and you can put in my name, RoyceKinnebrew, and donate there. My website is about 48 hours away. It's either going to be voteroyce.com or Royce, the number 4, Congress.com. So I'm sort of debating. If you guys go to my X and put down what your preference would be, you could help the campaign pick out which one. We own both of the names, but we are really trying to figure out which one that we want to connect to the web. The website is actually already done, so we just have to connect it now. The domain that's at another host. That's a place where you can find me. You can go to YouTube. I really want people to go and see some of the work that I've done. Just put in my name again, RoyceKinnebrew. See what I've done, the keynote lectures that I've done at NASA and ATF, and some of the things that I've done with young people. So we can continue to push back against this notion of a race, Black history, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and accessibility, things that are important to minority, to BIPOC people, Black, Indigenous people of color. And just put my name. You can put my name in, and also in, and just see what's out there, because it's a lot. I go through and I look all the time. So a lot of the work that I've done is present, and they continuously put it up because I'm always doing stuff. But definitely, I need to cash. The website will be up soon, and then I want you to go out and just look at some more of the work that I've done, and be on the lookout in the next 48 hours to 72 hours for our campaign.
Well, I can't wait. Okay. And I also can't wait for your next visit here, because just consider Advocacy Arena your home.
Absolutely. Thank
Okay.
you.
So you are welcome to come back and give us updates and, tell us how we can help you.
Thank
But
you.
you guys have heard enough from me. And I see some people who are here on the stage who are anxious to, ask you questions, and I want to get to those. So,
Hey,
Wilson,
Miss D,
go
I
ahead.
just wanted to make sure I tell the room that I put the donating page for Royce up in the nest and also in the thread, and I will have his YouTube up there in both spots in just a second.
Awesome. Way to go. So I'm going to go to Wilson first and then Stephen. And I know Stephen was probably loving all that you said because he too is a teacher in New
Ah,
York. Yes.
yeah.
So, yeah, I'm sure you were hitting a lot of buttons for him. And then to Joseph. So, Wilson, you're up next.
All right, wonderful. Hello, everyone. I just want to start off. I should have said this earlier, but everyone, please retweet the space. This is coming from a friend now. Everyone, please retweet the space. We would love you for it. So Royce, I have to say, like, you, from what I hear, right, you're a very strong candidate. I like the fact that you're an educator. I like the fact that you think education is something that's very critical to the development of America right now. I like the fact that you believe in yourself and the things that you're doing, and that you're a community leader as well. So you know what? I think I'm gonna. Dee's done a wonderful job of getting all my questions answered, but so I'm just gonna go out on a limb and ask you a hard question here, right? Like,
Okay.
okay, so say that you had the power to change one thing in America, just one, right? Um,
Hmm.
if and it could be anything. You could remove something, you could add something. What would you change here in America? And, like, how do you think it would affect America? And you know, just tell me a little bit about that.
Sure. Well, the vast majority of us, at some point, we came through a school. And so for me, really, again, where the rubber meets the road is in a school. And I'll look at it backward, and I'll look at a place that we don't want to go, but we know that the United States incarcerates more people than any place on the entire world. If I'm not mistaken, California itself incarcerates more people than any country in the world, and we lead the world in incarceration. But when you do a breakdown of the demographic, you're going to see that people of color are disproportionately incarcerated in jails and prisons. You're going to find that those people are poor and low wealth. You're going to find that those people also have not graduated. The majority have not graduated from high school. And the most important one, I think, or one of the most important ones, or well, I'm not even going to say that. I'm going to say something that's very significant, is that they're illiterate. That upwards of over 60%, as high as 75%, depending on the statistics, are illiterate and aren't able to read. 60%, I know, at a fourth grade reading. The other thing that's very important is that, and I just saw the statistic last night, it's that 37% of people that are in jails and 44% that are in prison, or vice versa, they have mental illness. And so if you're talking about something to address what's occurring, if we could have schools provide, first of all, wraparound service that impact people's ability to read, just like early childhood education. Like, if you want to decrease the prison population, if we can increase just early childhood education, like African American kids and other kids of color come into school tens and thousands of words less in their vocabulary than their white counterparts. So with early childhood education, you can like increase people's literacy, which is going to increase their trajectory in regards to being able to be a productive citizen, as well as trauma informed care in the school. It's called trauma informed practices. And many of our young people, especially those that come from high poverty areas, high poverty and low wealth areas, high crime areas, that they are experiencing a significant amount of trauma that moves them from the learning brain to the survival brain, where they are not able to learn at the same rate as someone who was in the learning brain. And so when we look at the statistic from the national, from it's called NAEP, I think it's the national, I'm going to mess it up, but it's NAEP. It's called the
Assessment of Educational Progress.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And you look at the statistic where reading scores, math scores, civic scores, social studies scores, they've all gone down, right? And for like really one of the first times in 50 years that they've all gone down at the same time. And as well, when we look at that information, is that children of color, their scores have dropped more precipitously than their white counterpart. And so I know this is a long answer, but you know, if you could put the money and the training in the schools to help with the reading and to help with the mental health and to deal with the trauma, I think that we could radically change. We can radically change our.
That's a wonderful answer, actually. You know what? I really appreciate the fact that you answered my question like that. I have to agree with you. You know what? I think education is so important. Not even just right now, but in general. You know, over the course of time,
Mhm.
in throughout history and right now, education has been something that has been absolutely critical to the well-being of every person in the country.
Absolutely.
So thank you, and I'll pass the microphone.
Thanks,
Well,
Wilson.
thank you, Wilson. That was a great question and, of course, a fantastic answer. So, up next, we have Stephen, then Joseph, Mark, 2K, and Dr. A.
Thank you, Dee and Soul Sister, for bringing me up and for this great space and introducing us to this awesome candidate. Because I don't want to say something out of turn, but I think many of us are frustrated with the squad as just kind of spinning wheels for the Democratic Party. So good to have somebody in there who's focused on the constituents and moving the agenda forward, and not just being a talking head complaining about a lot of things.
Mhm.
I don't have any tough questions for you, just some encouragement, and I'll be very quick as always. I just want to share my experiences from another part of the country and again, offer you some positive feedback. Talking about the anti-DEI backlash and how it's affecting our curriculum. It's
Mhm.
affecting our curriculum in New York City, too.
Mm.
This bastion of liberalism and anti-racism and all this stuff. Well, my work right now, I'm coaching teachers on the new shift in curriculum that the mayor has made here in New York. And we have a black mayor, and he chose 3 curricular choices for each district to adopt one of the 3. All 3 of these choices have been deemed culturally destructive by the
Oh my.
NYU Metropolitan Center
Wow.
because they lack perspectives and information about the complete picture of American history. And I'll share a little bit about that. In the curriculum that I'm coaching in, there's a unit about the West in 5th grade. The focus of the unit is, what are the characteristics of the pioneers to settle the West? Complete omission of Native Americans, complete omission of
Oh
the
my
role
God.
of black people, and the fight, and even the fight over abolition is omitted, which is, coincides with the westward expansion. 5th grade unit about inventors, complete focus on Henry Ford and Thomas Edison.
Mm.
No mention of Lewis Latimer, who gave Edison his ideas. No texts about black inventors. I could go on and on. 3rd grade, the only mention is a big unit about freedom. It's just about 1776. It's almost like, the Trump people wrote this thing. And I understand why this is the way it is. The Texas and Florida are the big textbook markets. So as things get updated, they want to sell to Texas and Florida, and it affects
Mm-hmm.
the whole country.
Yep.
But I want to share some good news. So, here we also have people who are, raising these flags and in schools saying, no, you don't have to do it this way. You can quietly replace this with that. And in fact, I'm working for a nonprofit that's coaching teachers on this new reading program, but I've also been hired by this same nonprofit to work in a couple of schools in central Harlem to coach specifically on culturally responsive and sustaining practices and social emotional learning. So there are schools, and New York State has a framework now on what they call CRSC, culturally responsive sustaining education, and it's being adopted across the state slowly. So there's a recognition. And finally, I've got some colleagues in the charter community that's based here in New York, called the Black Latinx Asian Charter Collaborative.
Oh
They
wow.
are advocating for treating ACE scores as resource generating. So if you don't know what an ACE score is, Nadine Burke Harris, who is currently, I believe, the Surgeon General in California, she was with the CDC, and she came up with this simple questionnaire called Adverse Childhood Experiences. It's intended to document and measure childhood trauma, and she used longitudinal data to show that childhood trauma leads to adverse health outcomes later in life, not just mental health, physical health outcomes. People who have suffered abuse, experienced trauma of all kinds, have greater risk of heart disease and all the other risk factors.
Wow.
So what my colleagues are trying to do is to use these ACE scores to actually bring in more funding for schools where children have a high degree of trauma in their child. So there are people focused on this work, and I think having someone like you carry the flag and have run a successful campaign for Congress can only bolster those efforts. So I'm cheerleading, and when I have more money, I will donate it to you right now. And I appreciate you, and thank you again so much for giving me a chance to speak.
Well, thank you, Stephen. Royce, feel free to respond to that.
Oh, wow. That is so encouraging here. That's the work that I'm saying that we need to do across the country. The type of work that Stephen is talking about, because our educators need support to understand, the to being culturally responsive. And that just means being able to understand what your particular group of students need at the time that they need it, and not trying to cookie cut something out of a book that was created by somebody who's looking to create something for the biggest net so they can sell it to the most people so they make it the most money, and not necessarily about filling and taking care of the needs of young people and their parents and the teachers and educators that have committed their lives. So, Stephen, that's awesome, man.
I know. We love Stephen. And Stephen, would you put the article that you put in my thread today in the purple pill down there? I think I may have put it in the Jumbotron. I'm not sure. But I want it down there because I did read a little bit of it. It is excellent. I can't wait to finish it in its entirety. But thank you for the awesome work that you do. And thanks for coming in and joining in the conversation today. It's always made rich richer by your contributions.
Thank you, and I'll drop down a speaker now so others can come.
Okie doke.
I mean
All
to listen.
right. So okay. Up next, we've got Joseph, then Mark, 2K, Dr. A, and Ngazi. And I have a feeling we're going to be here a while today, folks. Great conversation. It's in around one of my favorite subjects. So I hope you can hang in with this for a while, Royce.
Absolutely.
All right. So, Joseph, you're up next.
Thank you, Ms. D. I really don't have a question for Royce, more along the lines of comment. And I tell you, very much like what we said earlier, Royce, you are definitely speaking my language with all of the things that you had to say. I consider myself to be a pretty, dyed in the wool Democrat. So much of what you said just reflects our party's value in general. And you're right. Constituents of your district, their needs are not met by current incumbent. The current incumbent, based on my view, has single agenda, and and it is not about serving the rest of that district. And so when I saw that you were running, I was thrilled. I was thrilled
Thank
because,
you.
in my opinion, the current incumbent has really undermined administration on many opportunities, and it's bad enough that we see that from Republicans, but we don't need that from somebody who claims to be from our own party.
Yeah.
And I love the fact that you're education, because you're right. I mean, we need to focus on educating our youth right now so much. We're seeing the effects in some of the I would say the 20 somethings and 30 something of a lot of us talk about it on the timeline, the effects of George W. Bush's disastrous No Child Left Behind.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah.
I
So
literally wrote my master's thesis on No Child Left.
well, we it just, you see it in the lack of critical thinking skills, the lack of knowledge about history, the lack of knowledge of civics. So I love your focus on education. So I am to talking about the geographic diversity of where we're all at. I am Southern California. I am the famous Orange County, which once upon a time was a Republican bastion, but now we are a very purple county. We have both Democrats and Republicans in our congressional seats, and I'm definitely working to improve things in my community, but definitely I will be amplifying your message as much as you can. So whatever you got to put out on the timeline, I will be amplifying it.
Thank you.
I host a space every once in a while myself, so I know you're very busy, but I will certainly be promoting you if I can, because I think it's important to be talking about all of the amplifying the message right now. So all the best, Royce. I definitely have a lot of respect for Michigan's labor history when it comes, especially when it comes to the auto industry, and to say, of course, the wonderful Motown sound, which I've always been a fan of. So
Absolutely.
so you've got this fantastic behind, and we're all rooting for you, Royce. So thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Joseph, and I hope you can hang out here because I know Joseph. We love him because he is very civically engaged. I think he sets an excellent example because he lives in California, but his work takes him to Nevada and Arizona, and he is aware of the political issues that are going on, and he comes and reports those issues to us every week. And this is how engaged we need every
Yeah.
American to be. So,
But he doesn't just inform us. He also makes sure that he puts in some hours, puts in that work in those states as well. He does triple time.
so we love him, and he sets a great example for us, I think, in the community. So up next, we have Mark, who is also a very valued voice in the space. So not sure if he wants to ask a question or make a comment, but I hope that you can hang out with us a while, Mark, because Mark is also our legal resident. So he keeps us informed on the legal issues that are occurring here in the country. And of course, we've had a lot around the former guy. And so, Mark, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, Dee. Hello, Advocacy Arena. Hey, Soul Sister. Good to be back home in a minute. And I'm off. I'm off again, traveling, and I'm out in these spaces, like fighting, having fun, doing different things. But there's a lot of good stuff going on. One of which I've actually been talking a lot about because I get calls about it. But there's a trial date set. We have our we've made history today. For the first time ever in U.S. history, a former president will be tried for 31 crimes in Manhattan, New York, and these are serious. These are felonies. This is not small stuff. And the judge today, he denied almost every defense motion and granted almost every prosecutorial motion, which was there was some limited motion in limines, but the jury selection is scheduled to start on April 15th in Manhattan. This is on the hush payment to the porn star case. And one of the things I'd like to highlight is that I saw the press conference of Donald Trump. He's not going to testify. There's no way in hell any defense attorney is going to have him testify and be subject to cross-examination because that would be a prosecutor's dream. I mean, I would dream of that as a former prosecutor. That I always love when the defendants wanted to testify. That was like you always got to prepare for that. But he's not going to testify. But also, he could be like sentenced to home detention before the election and not be able to campaign. So this is going to be kind of funny. And this is what I talked about earlier on Advocacy Arena, like 6 months ago, when I was talking about when things heat up in the spring, when we start getting these trial dates, we're going to start to see a tenor change. So jury selection begins on the 15th. And I think that this is the part where the rubber meets the road, where you're starting to see even, some Republicans that went his way that are now trying to regress to being conservative and saying, well, I'm a conservative and he's not, right? You saw former Vice President Pence, now Lisa Murkowski. You're starting to see cracks in the Republican Party. Well, you're starting to see big chasms in the Republican Party
Yeah,
right now.
it's the GOP in disarray, huh?
But this was expected, and watch the polling follow too, because as things become real, when when the evidence that the prosecution wants to admit becomes public, and people start to get an idea of how strong the case is, because they're not going to trial with a weak case. They're going to trial with a strong case, and actually, Trump's lawyers tried to delay again today, and the judge was not having it. And in trying to delay the case again, they actually started to lose a lot of credibility with a very fair judge, George Marchand, in Manhattan. He's known as a very fair judge, strong judge, but he calls balls and strikes the same way for both sides. But when you lose credibility with him, and he told them, he's like, hey, you're trying to, you're accusing the prosecution of misconduct without any kind of evidence. That's actually a bar. That's actually like a sanctionable. You can't accuse an attorney of misconduct and you don't have any evidence for it. So they were trying to delay, use every possible tactic to delay even further, as much as they delay. Now, today, what the issue was, the Southern District of New York, I know you guys heard about this, but the Southern District of New York was subpoenaed by the Trump attorneys in January. They didn't deliver the documents to the Manhattan DA until 2 weeks ago. Manhattan alerted the judge and the defense that they just got these documents, and so they handed them over to the defense. The defense tried to say that there was a discovery violation by the Manhattan DA because they didn't turn over these documents. But the Southern District of New York is a DOJ operation. Manhattan DA is a separate state operation. They're not the same. So the judge was like, I don't even know why we're here today. He's like, I don't know why we're here, which is actually the right call, because why were we here? They didn't want this trial to occur. And so we have that case going on. And then on April 22nd, we have oral arguments in the immunity case, which is going to either open up or close down the DC Judge Chutkan case, the pre-January 6th case, which I think is the next case up, depending on what Judge Cannon does. Now, the Mar-a-Lago case is being run by Judge Cannon, and it's pretty clear to pretty much everybody, whether you're a legal expert or whether you're just a casual observer, that she's not going to try this case before the election, but she is actually going to try to interfere with the the scheduling of the trial of Judge Chetkin. That's why she hasn't picked a date yet. Because once she picks a date, when the Supreme Court hears the argument on April 22nd, I expect them to come back with a ruling within 14 to 30 days. That brings us to the beginning of May, right, or mid-May at the latest. Then the mandate goes back to Judge Chutkin, who will give the Trump defense team 2 months to prepare from May. Then that means in July. And Cannon's supposed to start her trial in May, which is not going to happen because of the trial in Manhattan. So that trial may not start till June. If she starts her trial in June, that means that the January 6th trial in D.C. can start in August. So we could possibly get all three of these criminal trials, which involves about 87 counts before the election, and have three convictions of a former president before the election. And he could be facing jail time before the election, and that put the Republican Party in a pickle. But let me make something clear, because he was saying something today in his press conference, and it's purely rhetoric and innuendo. He's saying this is about election interference. Every single one of these cases, the investigation of which started before before anyone knew he wanted to be a candidate again. He is running to avoid jail. It's the total opposite. As a matter of fact, two of the cases involve election interference. The trial that's starting on April 15th is an election interference case because he paid hush money to Stormy Daniels, who's the porn star he had sex with, to
It's
shut
the
her up.
originating interference case. It's the
Right.
start.
Because he didn't want the public to know about this a month before or 2 months before the election. So this is an election interference case. It's a loose one, but it's not like a direct one. But the other one is the January 6th case where that's the case that Jack Smith is going after him for perpetrating all the lies that led up to the January 6th insurrection and interference with the peaceful transfer of power, which happens every January 6th with regard to a certifying electoral vote. And so, as you can tell, the pace is picking up. And actually, if you look at some of the polling now and the approval rates, the Biden administration is starting to pick up too with their campaigning in line with all these things are happening. Joe Biden has nothing to do with the Manhattan DA prosecution. This was a prosecution that was supposed to happen a few years ago, and they just met the statute of limitations just now, so they either had to go or they didn't have to go. But this is what the prior DA was toying with and never charged, which he should have charged. He should have charged back in 2020, but he didn't charge the president. But he should have charged. The Manhattan DA was late in charging this, and pretty much the AG and the DA has been late in charging this and hesitant, and they really wanted to get their ducks in a row. Now lastly, in the Georgia case, as I wrap up, and obviously any questions about anything specific that's going to happen, like I talked about him not testifying. The motions in limine kind of are gonna start to open up. This case in Manhattan is about jury selection. And remember, as I talk to you about jury selection, and you're only going to hear it here in Advocacy Arena, it's not just about the question that the prosecution is going to ask. Is not just can you be fair, because any trial lawyer worth their salt, that's an average question. Everybody wants them to be fair, but nobody really wants them to be fair. Trial law is about will you like me more? So. But you can't say, will you like me more than the defense? So what you do say is, are you going to be able, this is going to be the question that the Manhattan DA lead prosecutor is going to ask. Will you be, in your mind, if I prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt to you, meaning you believe I proved this case beyond a reasonable doubt, can you convict a former president of the United States? That's going to be the operative question in these trials that come up for all of them, every single one of them. That's going to be the last question in what they call voir dire. It's an old Latin word, and it means like to speak the truth, or it might be French. Latin. It means to speak the truth, but it's voir dire is called jury selection, and so basically you're telling the jurors what this case is about. That's what jury selection is going to be about. What this case is about, what the evidence is, and can they be fair? Meaning, can they look at both sides and be able to come and look at both sides and decide whether there's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, no one can specifically define a reasonable doubt in voir dire. That's going to be a part of closing argument because everybody's arguing about what reasonable doubt means something different. You just can't. You can like touch upon it, but the prosecution has to be very careful not to prejudice the jury. So there's not going to be a lot of talk about reasonable doubt in jury selection, but you can ask if you can ask prospective jurors if the case is proven, are they able to convict a former president of the United States? So that's going to be a key question that you're going to hear about in the next 3 weeks, and you're going to hear about voir dire too. Lastly, I guess I heard Royce. I heard you talk about Kamala Harris, so I wanted to focus on you a little bit. Are you familiar with her smart on crime philosophy on criminal justice, meaning tough on violent crime, but also smart on preventing criminal activity from the get go, meaning going all the way back. I heard you mention education. She focused on education and truancy and family violence and all these things that contribute to delinquent and criminal activity early on. But she was still tough on crime, but shrinking the amount of people that do commit violent crimes is smart. Is that something that you embrace, or is that something that you want to focus on in with regard to your approach to that part of your campaign?
Well, I think that hold on one second. Let me see if I'm. Oh, can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
For me, was that when she was the AG of California?
that was when she was a DA of San Francisco.
DA of San. Well,
and and
definitely.
and AG Eric Holder and the Barack Obama administration adopted the smart on crime approach to criminal justice, which is still happening now, which is why a lot of marijuana possession crimes are being eliminated, and they're trying to get it off the schedule right now. And it looks like it's going to be successful in the near future to get it off the. I think it's on Schedule 2. They're trying to get just mere possession off and possession
Right.
related crime.
Well, I believe that the more investment that you do early, it helps you on the back end with crime and the back end with opportunity. Because that's why I talked about the jail and prison population. Because if you look at what it is that we don't want, and then look for remedies as early as possible. To impact what we do want, and I think that happens as early as possible. And what you were telling me that she does, and I've heard of it before, but I haven't gone into detail with it. When you talk about early childhood education, you talk about literacy programs early. It's like preventative stuff, and just like in healthcare, people know that it is more cost effective and better for the individual, the preventative measures than the corrective measure. And so doing that, the particular type of strategy that the former AG and District Attorney Kamala Harris proposes, I think it's good stuff. Absolutely.
And thank you for bringing that up, Mark, because Mark used to work with Madam VP in California. That's where he's from, although now he is also a teacher, a professor actually, in Louisiana. So I'm so thankful for that legal break and update, Mark. And I appreciate how smoothly you brought it back around there to Royce, and I feel like it is good for him. And I know that you would be open to this, so I'm just saying this, that if you have any questions around those types of things, Mark is always so free with his time that, in sharing his information, his knowledge and suggestions. And so if you want to, get smarter around those issues where you may be needing to address them or talk about them, get
Mhm.
with him. He's very, very like you. He loves sharing his knowledge.
Sounds good. I'll definitely do that.
All right, so you guys follow each other, please.
Mhm.
And then Mark, I have to say that when you were saying Badir, it made me laugh because one of my all-time favorite movies is My Cousin Vinny, and every time I hear that word, it makes me think about their courtrooms. Would you like to voir dire? And I
Well,
happen to have personally had the opportunity to meet Marissa Torme, and I love her. So,
Oh, cool.
again, it just when you were talking about that scene was splashing in my head.
Well,
So,
that is a classic scene, and it is not it's not just the most exciting part of a trial, but it's the most important part of the trial, by the way, too. It's where trials are won and lost, so that's where it all happens. But you're right, that was a very very funny part of the movie. I'm cracking
yes.
myself up now.
I know it's one of the few movies where, like, even though you know, like, almost every word, at least this is my experience, that every time I watch it, I'm in stitches. So sometimes when I'm down, I just watch it because it makes me laugh, even though I know what's coming and what they're gonna say. But thank you for bringing that warm, funny memory to me in this moment, Mark. Always a little levity is always good, but this has been, serious conversation, but really uplifting and encouraging. We have some other teachers on the stage in the queue to ask you questions. But before we pick back up with that, I want to touch on two things that you said. Royce,
Mhm.
in all of the conversation that we've had thus far. And you talked about, early back on, I asked if you had ran before and,
Mhm.
talk about that it wasn't successful and then the issues with your website or whatever. And I believe, that I think it's important. One of the ways that I think you have this kind of same concept, that just not framed in the words that I frame it for myself,
Mhm.
but having been an entrepreneur and done some things, tried some things, and they weren't successful, and I learned to, with the advice of a very dear friend, not to look at it as failure, but feedback, because
Mhm.
what it does is it informs you for the next move. And it seems like you already embraced that principle, and I just want to applaud you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I definitely embrace it.
And the other thing, again, this is bringing, your conversation and Mark's conversation here. When you talk about when you address things early, and it also goes back to, what you talked about in school about the social emotional learning aspects. And you talked about,
Mhm.
the incarceration rate here in our country, but also just amongst our population, the Black and Brown population. And I
Mhm.
just thought it was a good opportunity for me here to kind of add a little more substance to that from, just a resident of Tennessee's standpoint. The fact that, like our schools that they're trying to destroy and privatize, they are also privatizing prisons. It was the Obama administration that passed the law so that federal prisons couldn't be privatized. But you have many states that do, and my state is one of them. We are headquarters to one of the second largest in the country, Core Civic.
Mhm.
GO would be the other one. And then it ties into certain issues and things that we're having, and that they're not by accident. And these draconian kinds of things that they want to. I'm not saying that the border doesn't have issues that need to be addressed, but from the rights perspective, it's not so much that they're trying to address it to actually solve that. And we have seen that in real time, because they basically got a bill that was everything they asked for. And because the former guy said, no, don't sign it, it'll make me look bad, make Joe Biden look good, they didn't. But also, people need to remember that, all the detention centers, and this goes to the former guy when he's running his campaigning on, detaining all of these people, immigrants and Muslims and people who just say bad things about him. This helps the private prison system, because they don't just run prisons, they run detention centers and camps as well. CoreCivic has one, I'm sure, in Texas and in Florida, maybe more than one. But I'm also in a state that not only do we have the headquarters of one of the second largest private prisons here, we also have a lot of detention centers. And there's a podcast that I refer people to often, so I'm going to mention it again here: The Kids of Rutherford County. And I live just, 30 minutes up the road from a place where they use the punishment of Black kids, put them in detention centers. They they imprisoned basically a 8-year-old, a group of kids, and that's what this podcast is about. For basically watching a fight. Okay. not that they went to it or anything. I think it was at the bus stop, so it's like they were just kind of there. But it was just one example, a horrific one, and they went and arrested these kids in their classroom, handcuffed them, and it's again, and we have another detention center in East Tennessee, I think maybe in or around Knoxville, where they are putting kids like teenagers, young teenagers. I'm not talking about 18 and 19-year-olds. I'm talking about, 14 and 15-year-olds and maybe younger in solitary confinement. So this goes back to what you're saying about the trauma that Black and brown kids experience in their community. And this was a pattern of behavior. And this came from a judge who had never actually been a judge. I mean, she took like multiple opportunities to, pass the bar. It took her multiple times. I want to say 3 to 5. And then as soon as she passed, she didn't sit on any, she didn't practice law. She didn't sit on any court or anything. She ran for, because it's an elected office, juvenile judge. And she won, and she has been there for over 20 years and basically was running, and her and the private prisons and the detention centers, like they made $75 a day. So they were using locking up kids as a means to profit and grow the county coffers, much like they use, traffic stops in a lot of areas to do the same thing. So I just felt like your understanding of it, and I'm sure your likely coming conversations as you campaign and are confronted with different topics and issues, that these are also things for people to keep in mind that are going on here in our country. So with that, we're
Well,
going to
D,
pick.
real quick, D, you brought to mind, real quick, I'm not going to be long. You brought to mind Kamala's, 20 years ago, right? It's been a long time. 20 years ago, Kamala's Back on Track program, that was a recidivism prevention program focused on folks that are getting out of prison for nonviolent crimes and getting them back into society with private public partnerships and jobs and education and childcare and the things that it focused on women a lot. But still, it wasn't exclusive to women. But and actually, someone else's, a colleague of yours, Royce, that's running for Congress, is Latifah Simon out of California. Barbara Lee's old California 12.
Mm-hmm.
She's running, and she was the head of Back on Track. So these programs are tried and true. They work. And what it did was it reduced the prison population, not in mass numbers because it never grew that big, but these are things that need to grow bigger. But at the same time, she was tough on gang crime, tough on murders, tough on domestic violence, and but also at the same time, recidivism is the common denominator to high crime areas. And so something needs to be done there. At the same time, we do early education and truancy enforcement to make sure our kids are in school because there's multiple studies that show that the kids that are the most truant, they either end up dead or in jail by the age of 24. And so that's a very important aspect, and something has to be done. That and Kamala's truancy program was non-carceral, even though a lot of people want to say this, it was. Other county DAs put parents in jail. We didn't put any parents in jail. I worked very closely with the truancy program under Kamala, and we actually I wanted to put the parents in jail for some of them. Like second grader missing 180 days of school. I wanted, and Kamala was like, hell no. But here's the thing: we had a lot of different voices in that room, and she listened to everybody. It didn't matter what she listened to the strongest person, and she listened to the most reasonable person and made her decisions, and it was non-carceral. So, that's that approach. I heard you talking about this. That's the reason why I'm bringing it up. And I think that smart on crime approach is something that needs to be reproached right now with what we have going on in our urban communities. And I think that's going to be a good sell to people who don't want to spend their tax dollars on jailing more people. They want more people in trades, want more people in jobs, want more people educated. That like, I honestly want the Black communities flourishing. So I think that's something to run on. So I'm giving you that's a nickel and a dime for you.
I'm just breaking in with this public service announcement. Dee, I did post the kids of Rutherford County up in the nest as well as in the purple pill. And anyone that comes up, if they have any posts that they're going to be putting up, make sure you double post them for me, please. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, church lady. Um, so let's pick back up because, like I said, Royce, I can't wait for our one-on-one conversation. But I know that a lot of people are, this is the middle of their workday or whatever, and it's
Mm-hmm.
been great. So we're gonna start the flow again with questions. Picking up with 2K, Dr. A, Ngazi, Davina, Carmen, and Alex. And I'll restate those as you go along. So 2K, you're up next, my dear. Another educator, actually a librarian.
Mm.
Well, thank you very much, Dee. Thank you, Soul Sister. Thanks to all of my friends who are here. And thank you for that prep, because I do have a little librarian note that I will get to. But first, would you, Royce, is it Kinniebrew? Please pronounce your last name for me so I make sure I have it.
Yeah, it's Kinniebrew. Yes, ma'am.
Kinniebrew. Well, Mr. Kinniebrew, I am so thrilled to meet you in this space. I am always foraging for hope, and you have most certainly uplifted me today. I have made a donation.
Oh.
I'm so grateful here. Not only, I mean, that you've got the what, the how, the why, and why you
Mm,
down. And I appreciated hearing that. I appreciated hearing that you have such a good command, not only of issues, but also of process,
mm,
and your being able to move very nimbly between your constituent focus and a national
mm.
focus. And that is something that, I mean, I said I contribute. I just moved from Alabama to Philadelphia. So, see, I'm not in your backyard, but the point
Yeah.
is, because I believe in the kinds of things that you were talking about, and I can hear that you will provide benefit to your constituents and to these United
Yeah.
States. I am all for that. And you embody, I want to make sure I get it right, one of my own personal phrases. It's very clear that I think you would agree. Don't talk about it, be
Mm,
about it. You are on point and on task. And that is something that I really needed to hear today. So not only do I wish you well, but I claim victory for
mm.
you. And I will be watching and looking forward to hearing more about you and your success. I will be watching for your website,
Yeah.
etc. And I believe it or not, and I do have a question. It's a tiny one. Well, maybe a couple. As Miss D said, I am a librarian and an educator, so I'm really always looking for the positive intersection of those two areas. And so I just would like to know if you have had any interaction with either space programming or services in the library realm, whether that's school librarianship, public librarianship, or even academic librarianship, particularly in college and technical kinds of settings. Because, and if you haven't, there is something there for you. I am not precisely sure what, but there's definitely something there for you, because our people are, and by that I mean the librarian
Right.
people, the L people. Our people have good things to offer. And I did hear you, as you mentioned, a variety of things that you hold as concern. And we're more than being about the banning of books, but where you are interested in social and emotional education and civility and
Mm.
civics, the library realm, there is something there for you. So that's kind of a question. So if you've had any, even if you just, held some sort of meet and greet in a library space, that kind of thing, that's one question. If you have, or where you might see, if you've done anything like that. And then the other question I have a small one. I'm just curious. So where are you with staffing? Who's helping you? How are you getting things done? So those are my two questions for you, and I will keep. I'm keeping an eye out.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for those questions and those comments. I like that idea of having a meet and greet in a library. Because that's a different part of the constituency that I really hadn't thought about. But yeah, I haven't done that yet. That is a very good idea. I'm gonna put it in my mental Rolodex and tell my campaign manager and my scheduler and my volunteer coordinator that is something that we can do, because I like the sound of that. So that's the first part. And the second part is, yeah, I have a staff. I think I have my social media person, my campaign manager, I have volunteer coordinator. I think I'm going to need help on the treasury part, because the floodgates for this in regards to donations is going to really be significant. From what I am hearing, Keel Harper, actor in a state senate or a rented race for the retiring Debbie Stabenow, says that he was approached by individuals who said that they wanted to donate $10 million in his campaign if he would run against the Congresswoman Talib. And so I don't know if that's true or not, or if he was just, I don't know what he was doing. But I do know that there are people that are waiting for certain check things to be checked off on the checklist before they start donating money, more money. And I really do see that it's going to be significant. So I do know that I'm going to need more finance. That's for sure. And so I'm pretty much, I guess I would be 85 to 90% of the staff is in place. So I'm excited. I'm excited to keep continue the campaign and to ramp it up more. So thanks for that.
Great questions and suggestions, and I had no doubt that she would have them because, like, she's a smart cookie and a very funny one too. So she has wonderful wit. I love her. So thank you so very much today, 2K, for coming and joining us. I am going to. Dr. A, if it's okay with you, because someone who I had asked to come and speak, I know has a time limitation, and I'm going to move Davina ahead of you, if that's okay, and then come back and we'll restore the same order. Is that okay, Dr. A?
Yes, ma'am, it's fine.
Okay, thank you so much. I know she had some time constraints. So, Davina, you're up next.
Oh, thank you. And I promise I'll be brief. I just will need to go get my daughter soon. So I appreciate you up and thank you, Doctor. I got chills this looking at someone talking about a new book that's being published on parallel Hitler's rise to power, because it told me something I didn't know before, that apparently it is a direct quote. Be there, will be why, is something Hitler said to his followers in 1932. And when I read that, I know I honestly come into this space and bang on a lot about how Trump's first wife said in a divorce deposition that he kept a book of Hitler's speeches by his bed, but the dude has a blueprint. And luckily for us, we have we're not entirely Germany in 1932. The Biden administration's done a good job with the economy. We don't have the same economic stresses that they had during Hitler's rise to power, but we do have the other things going. And one of those is a reality gap for a lot of the population. And that reality gap is people choosing to live in a value system of lies that reinforce their prior convictions on the basis of racial resentment, resenting Black people, I honestly think, and some for being resent the loss of being able to talk about their ancestors in a heroic way, as previous history glosses over that they were taught in grade school allowed them to do. We have a lot of racial resentment of people who speak about white grievance and white execution and white Christian as if it's a factual narrative, as opposed to being a product of desire, that they wish they were persecuted. I mean, they don't have the actual backstory and the pain and the trauma that comes from that, but they have persecution envy. And it's hilarious because hilarious in an ironic, tragic, destructive way, particularly when you look at the consequences for all the states governed by Republicans, when you think about the compounded amount of human suffering caused by Republicans refusing federal money that would allow for the expansion of Medicaid, all about the poor white people suffering because of the racial resentment from people who want to cause harm to poor black people. But the harm that they cause is not even limited to minorities. It's just felt in an exacerbated way by underserved minority groups, but also by all Americans who struggle financially, particularly in red states, or I shouldn't say red states, Republican governed states, because I'm moving away from calling them red states. That helps people cut themselves off emotionally from the consequence when we need to tap in sometimes a little bit to that empathy to remember that there are humans in red states, even some who've brought it upon themselves by voting for Republicans still. There are minorities who suffer not because they voted for Republicans, but there are people who suffer because they have been disempowered from voting and discouraged and just caused so much pain by Republican policy, what I would call pseudo-populism, where you perpetuate your hold on power by running with policies that cause people financial suffering and therefore that they can't get access to medical care. So their brain power is consumed by dealing on a day-to-day basis, and they don't have the energy to follow politics and to get a handle on who is actually causing the pain and what needs to be done to organize and mobilize to get those Republicans out of office. They've left people without some of that resources. And those of us that have it have a duty of care to our fellow humans to help them mobilize. And I'm proud of all the people doing that work. I'm proud of the people in this space. I recommit myself every time I participate in this space to doing that work and making those noises that alternate truth, put the truth out there, because fascism uses lies. I'm quickly going to say a bit of history, 20 seconds, that winning
Davina,
World War II. Yes, I've got to go. Did you hear my alarm?
okay.
Or
Yes,
yeah,
that's fine. So thank you so much
yeah.
for joining us today and, always kind of reminding us with a beautiful musing about, our democracy and the fascism. And it's so funny. I know you have to go, but I was rewatching the rise and fall of the Nazis and just so many things. I was telling Soul Sister earlier that were just like direct reflections of the current time and the former guy. So thank you for bringing that back to mind, and please enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you for just sharing a little bit of your time and your
Thank you for
thoughts.
letting me up early. Thank you.
All right,
Appreciate it.
no problem. Appreciate you. So, Dr. A, you're up next. Another educator. You are surrounded by educators today, Royce. You sparked their hearts and minds.
Good. I'm happy.
Good afternoon, Ms. D. Thanks for letting me grab a mic real quick. Good afternoon, Soul Sister, and everyone in the space. Mr. Kinniebrew, I appreciate you giving us the opportunity to chat it up with you a little bit. Just a little bit about me. I work in higher education. I'm working in education, again, specifically K through 12, but also mental health, school counseling, those sorts of things. And I heard you mention a few things that really raised my curiosity. I am not in the state of Michigan, but I do have family members, a whole host of family members, and friends who are right there in the 12th district. They're up near Southfield,
Mm-hmm.
and in that area. So we talk pretty much quite a bit. Number one, I appreciate you mentioning ACEs, trauma informed schools, those sorts of things, and offering wraparound services for students in those schools, because it's really important, right? 44% of kids experience or witness a traumatic event before they even reach age 6, right? And only about 20% across the country receive appropriate services to address any symptoms that might be related to post-traumatic stress and all sorts of other mental health diagnoses. So this is really important for me, and it leads me to my topic, which is there's a huge movement across the country with regards under the guise of school choice, and one of the talking points that they use to push for reallocating money from public schools to providing vouchers for individuals, where we found most of the money are going to those who are already in private schools. And so one of the rationales they use is that public schools are failing. And I reject that notion. Yes, there are some public schools systemically that are struggling, but for the most part, where there are public schools struggling, you find there are communities that are struggling, and many of them are struggling because of the exact things that you've highlighted, those things that cause trauma, right? Whether it be through violence, crime, abuse, some sort of natural crisis event, right? The communities are suffering. So my point, my questions, just two real quick. How would you help us to combat these school choice initiatives, quote unquote school choice initiatives, that are actually hurting efforts to provide services to students in those communities? And then secondly, how do you envision strengthening families, which are at the foundation of communities, specifically within your district where my family members live?
I like
Mhm.
that. Thank you so much. To strengthen and to fight back against that effort, the first thing that popped into my head was the civic engagement and making sure that we stay engaged and we get to the ballot box to put the people in office that we want, that have our best interests at heart. These initiatives only work in places where Democrats aren't in control, right? And people that are democratically minded and understand the importance of education, and how that many of these efforts are a money grab. Now, remember, we're in Michigan, so this is the land of Betsy DeVos.
Yes, Hillsdale College. That's the road. That's the model that all of these private schools are following.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And so you're talking about the Secretary of Miseducation, and you guys can use that anywhere you're talking in your cocktail parties. I won't look for a donation, but that's for free. Because that's exactly what she is in regards to their process. And I'm telling you, the impact that, like, where she is, the western part of the state having control over schools, charter schools that are in literally in the 12th congressional district. And man, I'm not gonna say no names, but there's some schools that are failing miserably because of what they are the mindset that they have in regards to that. So we got to make sure in Michigan none of that mess is gonna pass, because we have a Democratic governor, a Democratic House, a Democratic Senate, a Democratic AG, a Democratic Secretary of State, and so those type of things can't pass. But at the local level, we have to make sure that we have candidates who are ready, and who are ready to serve on school boards, that are ready to be county commissioners, and make sure it's, because it looks like the strategy for Republicans is to get people in every position that has no opposition, right? If you look closely at what they do, right, they go to places like they're like soft target to get influence, like school board, and so we got to make sure that we keep the electoral advantage in regards to who we put in office. That's one. And then in regards to my particular area, it's public and private partnership, and letting those people know in those schools in that area what are the things that are available for them to help them. Because I think I mentioned the book. It's called Poverty by America, and in it, the gentleman talks about that 1/5 of people in the United States are eligible for housing and for food assistance, whether at the state level, the federal level, or at the local level. And it's, say for instance, if that's just $200, that's $200 that you could pay toward something else that will improve the quality of your life. And so we're going to do those type of things, those private public partnerships, and also to serve as a hub, so that people can find out what's available to you right now. And then the second piece, and I didn't talk about this, I don't think that much, is that I want to help small business owners, first of all, from the idea to the starting of their business, to the scaling of their business, to finding financing for their business. Because if you can get small business owners who are from the community, and most African American businesses, upwards of around over 90%, only have one employee, and that's the business owner. Think about what we can do if we were able to help that business owner scale that business to hire two people from the community or 3 people from the community, that could drastically change the community. So those are some of the things that I'm interested in doing when I'm the next Congress.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much, Dr. A. And that was, those were some great points you made and questions. And, I am here in a state with the GOP majority, and we are currently in this legislative session fighting off the voucher scam. And I am very familiar with, I love your name for the Secretary of Miseducation because she comes here a lot. I once saw that someone said that she had bought a home here. I have not been able to verify that, but it would not surprise me because in the State of the Union address last year, or maybe the year before, I cannot remember, our governor made as part of his platform the interjecting charter schools, and he had a number. Again, my memory's kind of failing me. It was, I know it's a big gap, but 100 charter schools. And then Betsy DeVos came and chimed in with her big donors and the people in the dark money who are pushing this. That she wanted a percentage of them to be religious. Okay. And so that is what we're dealing with. Texas is also dealing with this. And even their own Republican constituents are against it. And it is another thing that has sparked and increased my civic engagement and discussion around this. Because again, Davina talked about, like directly and indirectly fascism. And I talked about earlier that, my experience in Germany, a decade, and my understanding of fascism and how it came to be. Like, it wasn't a violent overthrow. These people came into power by being elected and working from the
Yeah.
inside out. And I love that you understand that there is an infrastructure in place that is driving a lot of this. And then I also love that you talked about the importance that I feel like kind of missing ingredient in communities, specifically Black and Brown ones, of small businesses and the support systems that they need. And what I heard you describing was basically an incubator.
Yes.
And so I love it. And again, like I said, you just music to my ears. And I'm not going to keep fangirling you here too long because we have some other speakers up. But I'm just loving everything that I'm hearing. So we've got Ngazi next, then Carmen, and then Alex.
Good afternoon. Can y'all hear me okay?
We can, and so glad that you joined us. And this is another a social worker who works in the school system. So, like I said, you're in good
Oh
company.
man, I'm in high cotton, as they say.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak. And good afternoon, everybody. So I'm actually school-based mental health. I'm actually a licensed professional counselor. But I work school because in Georgia, we have made a big push in the last 8 years to do school-based mental health through the school system.
Oh.
And while I love that because I really love school-based mental health and I appreciate the opportunity to work with students like at school where they're obviously having the majority of their challenges. My work is actually through a community health agency that partners with this. So we are able to offer a bit more wraparound services. We can do medication management because the student is actually a client of our agent. Their therapy is simply now, I heard you mention before, wanting more wraparound services from the school and wanting to increase access to certain resources from the school. And my concern, I guess, and then question is kind of like the impact when we're putting so much on the school, when the school, who's going to be qualified in the school to offer these wraparound services. And so
Okay.
oh, wow. So if we're school counselors, although they are in some mental health, it is a liability for some of the stuff that kids deal with at school for school counselors to deal with them. And then, who is going to pay for the extra social worker, the extra mental health counselor who can 1013 a kid if that's what's happening? What about the resource officer who, if a kid tries to harm themselves at a school, which has definitely happened, who's going to cover all of that? And the other thing that I notice a lot is when services are coming directly from the school and the school's the one coordinating everything, parents think it's the school's responsibility. And so when these kids go out for breaks, Thanksgiving, Christmas, summer, all of those services stop because they're not in school anymore. So obviously it's a school problem. So we'll just call back in August. And so those kids end up missing out on services that are really necessary year round because we're putting all of the pressure and responsibility on the school. So my question is, who's going to be held responsible for providing these extra wraparound services, and how are we going to pay them?
Sure.
And how do we increase more of a community approach where we utilize school as an extra option? Like with my organization, these kids can be seen at school, but when school's not in session, you bring the kids to the clinic. So we exist in two different spaces. Those are my two questions. And thank you for your time.
Absolutely. I like the suggestion that you propose so that children are able to receive services, not that the school provides them, but that the school has a partnership where the kids can receive the service and where it is a community partner that has the service. You are absolutely positively correct in regards to how much happens at a school and the capacity for a school to be able to handle those things. So it's people from the community. It's the private and the public and the community and the faith-based partnership where there has to be entities that support this and not that the school is the main arbiter of those services, because that's I've never seen it really like that actually. What you've explained to me is how more of it that I heard, especially talking about the project with Jeffrey Kennedy and the I think it's called the Harlem Project, where they did it with the partner. And so I would have it that way. And in regards to who's going to fund it, there are money, for instance, through the Safer Communities Act in regards to mental health. Now, we have to make sure that when the bills get passed and the money is available, that we know that the money is there and that we frame to some degree our program so that we're able to ascertain that money. So we're able to download that cash to help us do the service that. And I think that answered your question. But that's a great one. I like that. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, and a
Thank you.
wonderful perspective to keep in mind and to think about, because
Mm-hmm.
again, when candidates are running, and this is no shade on you, it's just how you run for office or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
you're presenting your ideas. And I love that
Mm-hmm.
we have members of the community in various professions who can come in and say, hey, like the reality of it is, and how do
Mm-hmm.
we address it from this realistic standpoint. And you
Sure.
sound like someone who grasps that and understands that and plans for that. So wonderful question, great answer. And this is just an opportunity to remind you guys that thanks to Wilson, our space today is being broadcasted to a larger audience, and that I am also Advocacy Arena. We're on Spotify and Apple and YouTube and Substack. And on those channels, you will be able to hear a one-on-one interview that I had the great opportunity to do with Ngazi. So please do take a listen if you haven't heard it, and check it out. Thank you. So I just want to thank you guys. Sorry, I have a little background noise going on here. But I just want to remind you guys that that interview has been done, and you can learn a little bit more about the work that she does and the conversation that we had. And so we will pick up next with Carmen, and then Alex, and then Wilson.
Good afternoon, Dee and Soul Sister, and all my good friends here. Good afternoon, Mr. Royce Kinniebrew.
Yes.
Nice to meet you, sir. I one of those voices that I try to amplify all the Democratic candidates on the social media platform, and I'm glad that Dr. A touched on the school vouchers, the charter schools, because this is one of the issues that we've had. I just recently moved from Florida to North Carolina, but Florida is like, oh my gosh, is the epicenter of the voucher programs, which is destroying the public school system. pretty much everybody can get a voucher there, even the rich folks that do not need a voucher. They're getting vouchers. When I was servicing the special needs children, the parents were very happy that they were able to get into these charter schools because of the small setting. However, I still think they're being misinformed and disenfranchised, and sometimes they have to pay a portion of that school for the children to attend. So that was one of the things. Another thing that a lot of folks all over the U.S. I'm feeling it here in North Carolina, where the rent is like sky high. The housing problem is pretty much so I think it's nationwide, and it's hitting a lot of the low income families, poor folks that really, can't afford it. They're basically working 2 and 3 jobs just to make ends meet because of the, the rent issue that is so high. I was wondering, sir, how, and I'm not familiar with Michigan. How is the housing market there, and how are you planning to help your community that may have, some needs to address as far as housing?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Detroit has the third highest increase in rental property rental costs for non-owners in the country. So the part where I talked about of making people aware if they're eligible for assistance for their housing, that would be number one for my. I mean, that's something that is for my. Now, in regards to reasons why we have to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in office is because the cuts that right wing extremists want to make are to programs like Section 8, or like to program, like for instance, and I'm going to be really transparent right here. There was a program, and I think it exists at the state level, and I think it still exists at the federal level, where through HUD, one of my friends who was a realtor asked me, he said, Royce, aren't you a teacher? And I was like, yeah. He said, well, there's a program called Good Neighbors Next Door where you can get a HUD house for a certain percentage off. And so when I was going through the process during the Obama administration, that option for me was there, and it literally radically changed my life to help me become a homeowner. And so making sure that because it's only Democrats. I mean, when you have Republicans in office, these are the type of programs that they want to cut first. These housing programs, and when you look back at the legacy of redlining and also of it is called restrictive covenants that said in certain areas that African Americans can't live, that impact is still impacting African American and other poor, low wealth, and minority populations to this day. So making sure we keep the administration that's in right now, letting them know if they're eligible for benefits. But the thing about it is, and I think a lot of the issues that are impacting people that that they're saying that Joe Biden is responsible for is not actually a Joe Biden issue. It's American capitalism, right? A lot of the inflation that we have experienced since the pandemic is not because of policies from Joe Biden. It's called price gouging. And this has been substantiated with data and research. And we can look and see, because all of these huge companies, in regards to the meat producing places, in regards to the big companies with the snack foods and the sodas, they have had record profit ever since the pandemic. That means they are adding things on. And you heard the president talk about shrinkflation during his State of the Union address, and that is something that has been occurring, that has been contributing to inflation and into hitting the pockets of regular Americans. It is American. It is the way of American capitalism. And one of the things I want to is to make sure some of these things we can't change. You can't change the process of companies doing what they do, but you can make constituents and Americans know you don't have to shop there, or you can cut coupons, or you can work from a budget, or all of these other financial literacy type of strategies that you could use to make your money stretch a little bit longer when you're dealing in this capitalist society. I am a free market capitalist. I believe in buying and selling, but I also believe on making people understand the power of their money, and that the ability for them to be as wise as possible with their money is important.
And Mr. Royce, I have another small
Hmm.
question, only because what's happening nationwide. I like to know how long you've been in the Democratic Party and how long you've been voting in the Democratic Party. Right now, we have Nikki Fried, who's cleaning house in the state of Florida, especially Miami-Dade,
Hmm.
because, these people are fumbling money. They're not really, servicing the people
Hmm.
and the constituents. So I like to know how long you've been in the Democratic Party.
Um,
And she wants to make sure you're not going to switch from the
I,
Democratic Party.
Right, right. That's an issue that
That's
we've
been
been
a
having.
huge issue, so
Yes, yes.
um,
And a lot of folks are pointing, and I posted the article of Nikki Fried because she had to terminate three Democratic candidates. We have to clean house. This is not acceptable. We have to make sure that the candidates we have are well vetted, and that we, the Democratic Party, can fall behind them and support them 100%.
absolutely. That's a fantastic question. Well, I'm Democrat born and I'm Democrat bred, and when I die, I'm gonna be Democrat dead. Okay, so I've been a Democrat all of my life. The first people that I remember voting for. Back when I lived on I still live on the east side of Detroit, but and the house that I grew up in, John Conyers and Carolyn Cheeks Kilpatrick, Coleman Young. So I've been a Democrat all of my life. Haven't switched. There aren't any policy in the Republican Party that are sustainable for regular people. That's the reason why the Republican Party has to have cultural issues and cultural wedge issues to play a part, like their philosophy behind transgender this and transgender that. Listen to I listen. The queer population has been in this country since the beginning of this population, since the beginning of this country, and so they want to make a wedge issue because they have this an evangelical population that's a part of their base, and they want to keep them away from recognizing that they share more. The majority of Republican people in this country share more with Democrats than they do with those one percenters like Donald Trump and the other rich people that in his administration that they gave the big huge tax cuts. So I've always been a Democrat. There are no Republican policy that have ever done anything for people like me and people that are very important to me and that I work for every day. So I am not switching nowhere. That's just not happening.
Thank you so much. And I'm not trying to make this it's all about Democrat, because we are also imperfect. But I feel like our party is the one that is trying to do more for the people. You could just look back in history from the Clinton administration to the, each
Sure.
administration that's been Democratic have done well off, have done better, for the people versus the Republican Party in the White House. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you so much for answering my
Sure.
questions, and I will be doing my best to support
Oh, thank
you
you.
and amplify your voice on the social media platform, and see what we can do. Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Well, thank you, Carmen. And yes, Carmen is a good amplifier and supporter of candidates, even out of her state. And that was a great question, Carmen. I feel like we need not be ashamed of asking that a little
Yeah.
more often. of candidates, because we have seen this epidemic of candidates switching and switching in ways that change the balance of power. So
Mm-hmm.
it lets me know that it's intentional, and we need to suss that out, especially in lieu of the fact that, we talk about here, Royce, a lot about Project 2025 and basically
Mm-hmm.
the blueprint to undo our democracy.
Mm-hmm.
And when I first started talking about it and reading about it, some of their foreword, and not only like the document itself is horrible and poses a great threat, but the real danger comes that they have a companion university.
Oh,
The
wow.
Presidential Training Academy, yes, because they have stated that they want to replace a lot of civil servants with loyalists. I mean, and they state that openly. Like
Yeah.
in many places, they state that, they don't want someone who is going to approach things reasonably and rationally. They want them to approach them in a very partisan way
Mm-hmm.
that would benefit the president.
Mm-hmm.
And so one of the questionnaires, like, they are vetting the people that have the potential. So they have a training course to send them through. They can, I think, attend in person, but it also an online course. And they are vetting and taking resumes. And one article that I read about their vetting process was they literally asked them, like, how long have you taken the red pill? So basically, how long are you a Republican? And then there was like even something more specific to find out whether or not they were mega. Like, they don't want the rational
Right.
old school
Right.
Republicans.
Ronald Reagan Republicans. Yeah.
Right. They don't want them at all. And so they have a vetting process that includes weeding it out. So I say, if they're vetting their loyalists that they plan to use to destroy our democracy, we
Mm-hmm.
need to vet our candidates and not allow ourselves to be used, because I say over and over again when I'm talking to people, this is not a normal election. It
No.
is really not an election between Republicans and Democrats, even though those are the candidates that we're going to be voting on.
Mm-hmm.
This truly is an election about democracy versus autocracy.
Yeah.
That's it.
And it's also about extreme, and those extreme be found on both sides of the aisle,
Yeah.
and another issue that we're combating as well. I know that those on the far left don't see themselves as being as dangerous, but they definitely are, especially when they don't support initiatives and legislation that are going to benefit our communities. Just as a protest vote, these protest vote, these performative politics are just unreasonable, and that is another thing that we have to make sure when we're vetting candidates. And I'm not saying, Royce, I know this is not you, so this is not,
Mm-hmm.
it's not you, but I'm just making the point that we need more solid, strong leaders being the key word, in their Democratic Party. I believe you are one, and that is what it's going to take in order to fight this fascism and autocracy and authoritarianism that is just so pervasive. Because if they, meaning the left and the progressives, allow too much to slip by in regards to their protests, or in the name of their protests, we're still going to end up in the same place. So it's like the work is not going to be done after November 2024. And Dee and I have talked about this so many times. She said it, I've said it. We're not an echo chamber, but we are in sync with one another in that thought. And I believe everyone in this room is as well. So I think that's another important part of what makes your campaign and your candidacy and your eventual seat in Congress that much stronger and that much different than what we have been seeing in Michigan's District 12.
Yeah, and we part of it is there's an elephant in the room in regards to just really just straight out saying that asking I respect individuals who in the Michigan presidential primary who voted uncommitted. I understand why. And I appreciate a peaceful protest vote, but when it comes to posting a video that say we're not going to support you unless you do what we tell you to do, and you're a member of the Democratic Party talking to the Democratic president, that's a problem. That's like I come to work today and I say, you know what, I'm not working the fry machine today, I'm working on the grill. I appreciate people with an opinion in their First Amendment rights, but when the alternative is so dangerous to American democracy, it's American democracy. It's not to whether they want to have solar panels on houses or not, or windmill farms in communities or not. No, the other person says that I want to be a dictator on day one. I want to suspend the Constitution. And I'm like, you talk about the Constitution with the 13th Amendment in it that says that slavery is outlawed, and the 19th Amendment that says that women can vote, and the 14th Amendment that gives equal protection under the law. You want to suspend that one, right? And so when you hear those type of things coming from a person who literally is speaking verbatim the words of Adolf Hitler, we are in a very precarious, different spot in American history where it can all go downhill, right? And so when Democrats do that, they have to understand that we're talking about the country. We're not just talking about your interest. I have a lot of interests. I love, dogs. If me and the president had a virgins and different on any policy, right? On any policy, then that's a difference. But don't vote for him. You won't get our support because of a policy difference, and of which I understand is significant, and I'm sympathetic and empathetic to what is occurring in the Gaza war. Very sympathetic and empathetic, and so I understand. But when we talk about democracy here in America, we have to make sure that that is on from now until for the rest of our country.
Amen to that. Absolutely. My thoughts exactly. Because the reason that, like this is Advocacy Arena, and I am someone who, this podcast, this was created to actually amplify advocacy in many different areas, like climate change, which I have a few climate activists up here, one of which will be the next speaker, and Wilson. I want to advocate for education and for affordable housing and those things. But what I quickly realized is that it will be impossible to advocate for any of those things if we do not have a democracy. So come on now. Are you kidding me? These one issue extreme ask or it doesn't make good civic sense. So again, going back to your passion around increasing civic engagement, you had me right there.
Yeah. So, Royce, I have a question. So, how do you get those people back? And I know you probably yeah,
Yeah.
are. Yeah, I
Well,
mean, it's just a good question to ask a candidate.
sure. The everybody not gonna get back, but see, one of the things that has occurred is that you've been getting certain perspectives, and you haven't gotten all of the perspective. If we're gonna talk frankly, and let's just another elephant that's in the room is discussing the Gaza war. So let's talk about it right. Israel has a right to protect it, but it has to do that and adhere to international rules of war. What has occurred and has made that difficult is because of the non-adherent of Hamas by putting military assets and people in places that when they are engaged by IDF, that it increases casualty. And now we understand how this is happening, and we say we have to ask Israel to be more sensitive and more direct about its engagements. The type of strategy that they used at the beginning of the war that nobody knew was going to happen. I don't think anybody had a crystal ball about what the strategy was going to occur in the beginning of the war. But as the war started to continue, and we saw that 70% of the casualties were women and children, and that the images start coming out of the Gaza Strip, everyone recognized that there has to be a change here because there's a humanitarian crisis. And us as global citizens to see that type of over 30,000 people killed, 70,000 people injured, no potable water, food, actual famine is happening because of this crisis. Is that Israel has to do more and can do more in the way that it strategizes to fight against Hamas. And that's why I have called for a regional ceasefire, a regional ceasefire. And so let me be clear about this on what a regional ceasefire is. A regional ceasefire says, Houthi rebels, you stop firing, you stop shooting at cargo ships in the Red Sea, you stop shooting, you stop fighting at American service people of whom you have killed and caused traumatic injuries and traumatic brain injuries. Hezbollah, you stop firing at Israel from the north. Hamas, disentangle yourself from universities, from schools, from mosques, from from hospitals, and all of these people where innocent civilians are, and you stop firing, and then Israel stop firing, and we do this all at the same time so that Israeli hostages can come out and humanitarian aid can go in at a faster pace to make sure that we decrease the amount of suffering as fast as possible for innocent Palestinians. That's the way that this has to occur, so that and then you have to explain that to people, because here's something that I don't think people did a good job of explaining. And it is, there's one thing to say that you support a country, but it's another thing that you haven't heard. And you haven't heard President Joe Biden, Kamala Harris say that they support the military strategy of Benjamin Netanyahu. That's what you haven't heard. And I want people to be cognizant about that, because I think what occurred, and I'm thinking as a teacher and all of my educators here, I think that when he communicated that I support Israel, that he was saying that I'm going to support all of the military actions of the Benjamin Netanyahu administration. And
But
that's
that
what.
was for people who weren't listening because, his State Department leaders, Blinken and Austin, they warned um, Benjamin Netanyahu about being too heavy handed and the necessary
Yep,
use of strong strategic urban warfare, which
mm-hmm,
they learned the hard way
yep,
in, Iraq and Afghanistan.
yeah.
I'm
But
sorry to interrupt.
yeah,
Uh,
absolutely.
uh,
That was
I don't
good.
mean to
Thank you.
interrupt you folks here either, but we do have breaking news on the situation in Gaza. This came out just about an hour ago. So the UN has agreed to ceasefire. They just the Security Council just had a vote on a ceasefire. That vote has passed. So now we're going to move on to the next step in accomplishing a ceasefire. So just a little victory there. And thank you. Sorry about interrupting.
No, absolutely. Thank you so much. And see, but what has happened, Miss D, is that the images are, when you see and as an educator, when you see the images of the children over and over and over, and for those of us that are old enough and social studies teachers and things like that, this is what happened in Vietnam, right? When you saw the images, and that changed the people's feelings because of the images. You didn't see many images or of the Jewish children that were killed, the women that were gang raped, the seniors that were killed, and the people that were the 1,200 people that were killed all throughout the kibbutz and all throughout all throughout Israel. You didn't see that image. So in Americans' minds, especially when we have social media and the video that the congresswoman put on her account showed that image that and stated that if you don't change, you won't get support from us. Prior to December, I downloaded that video December 23rd, 2023. So that's something before even the discussion of an uncommitted vote even happened, right? So when those things happen, it sways people's emotions. And so, soul sister, to address what you said, you have to parse it out. You have to suss it out. You have to explain that foreign policy is not a motorboat; it's a cruise ship. You don't change immediately how you support and how your relationship between countries because administrations change, right? America is different now than it was under the Trump administration, but it was still America. America was different then as than it was under the Obama administration, but it was still America. America was different under the Obama administration than it was the George W. Bush administration, but it was still America. And that type of sophistication in understanding civic, social studies, and foreign policy, people do not know. And see, we're wonk. We watch. See, some of us watch C-SPAN, right? So sometimes C-SPAN is playing in the background, right? But that's not what American people are doing. They're on TikTok, they're on Instagram, they're seeing the images continuously going, and they don't understand and haven't heard it from that point. But then when you say to them, this person who you say that you don't want to support in regards to Joe Biden, compared to this person, is he going to be more sympathetic? The person that had a Muslim, that tried to have the first Muslim ban and people from the Middle East banned, was one of the first thing he did in his administration, who says that he wants to do it again. Do you think this person is going to be more sympathetic to the efforts of Palestinians, right? And so that's the way that we have to discuss. We have to get really deep down into the details and then also talk about what Joe Biden has done and what he is going to continue to do, and to recognize that we aren't in control of that region. These are separate countries that have the right to control and elect people on their own. And a lot of it has to do with our understanding of civics, right? And our understanding of foreign policy and our understanding of how those things work.
Amen, brother. You just preached a word. I mean,
It's so perfect.
mhm.
That you really broke it down, and I needed you to do that, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really, really need people to hear it from somebody other than us all the time.
Exactly. I mean, I think Soul Sister has broached this topic at nauseum in various different ways. And I am so glad that you, as a candidate, have a strong grasp of it and are able to speak to it, like literally, like her, because you live in this community where, they make up a large part of the demographics and the population. So you get it. Like
Yep.
some of these people are your neighbors, your friends, and
Mm-hmm.
co-workers. So
Yep.
thank you so much. We're going to pick back up with a couple of remaining speakers with questions or comments. And again, I said both these guys are climate activists. So I'm sure they want you to speak to that, but I can't say for sure. But Alex is next, and then Wilson.
No, thank you so much, Dee. This is great. This is really good. This is a Democratic Party space. As Royce said, we're all wonks. These people do have C-SPAN on all day,
Oh,
reading the
Alex,
news.
are we moving up on your favorite list? I just want to check in with
Oh,
you.
we're number one. Yeah,
Oh,
that was clear. Yeah, that's what that issue was resolved. But anyway, I love this. There's been such unity here for hours. No complaints, no bickering, no nonsense. Just right to business. I love it, and I'm feeling more positive today listening to everyone today. Royce is superb. The point I'm going to skip all my other comments to get to the point I want to make. Royce said he taught eighth grade at one point, and
Mm-hmm.
an eighth grade reading level is perfect messaging. We all study Greta Thunberg over in Climate Land because she is a perfect messenger. We're just stunned by how easily and well she is able to communicate, and she speaks exactly at an eighth grade level, her
Mm.
reading. And I hear that in Royce. He is communicating the Democratic message so clearly, which is a weakness for us. The Republicans are always ahead because they're simpler. They just make
Yep.
things a little bit simpler. So yeah.
And the former guy brought it to him at a third grade level, so they
Oh, for
really
God's
brought
sake!
in a
Yeah,
lot of people.
yeah. But this is a real natural political talent you got, Royce, to be able to talk. You know your stuff. That you just showed that with the Gaza speech. You know your stuff. I mean, we could go into Sudan and Yemen and what's happening in Afghanistan and the whole world situation.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, most days I go on and on about climate, environment, and rainforests and oceans and manatees. Climate justice is becoming a bigger issue in America. Reverend Yearwood, in particular, really speaks so well on climate justice. So I'm loving this unity of our family, our Spaces Twitter family, all so many familiar faces, and I'm feeling more momentum than last week. The we're doing it. I have a lot of comments. I just wanted to ask Royce, what do you think that these spaces can have a big impact in the November election?
Thanks for that. I absolutely do. I think anywhere where people are sharing ideas and they are improving the way that they can communicate those ideas, because I don't think that the numbers in regards to polling has anything to do with the job numbers, the job performance of Joseph R. Biden and Kamala Harris. It has everything to do with the ability of right-wing MAGA Republicans to create a messaging echo chamber that, as you said, that breaks that communication down to a level. And to use misinformation, disinformation, and I'm going to give you a good example. There was in 2020, right before it was in February, if I'm not mistaken, right before the world shut down. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Gretchen Whitmer, Garland Gilchrist, we were all in Renaissance High School where President Barack Obama was speaking. And in there was a person who a heckler. And President Obama, you know how he does, don't boo, vote, And so that was my Obama impersonation.
And it was pretty darn good.
Oh my God. I you are kind.
All
You
right.
are kind, Miss
Yeah.
D.
We dealt with it that way, and President Obama dealt with it that way. But check this out. I was on Twitter, and one of those black right-wing MAGA extremists reel that same place where I was. They had taken a soundtrack from somewhere else and laid it over that video, and the soundtrack was saying a four-letter word, Joe Biden. And it looked like that President Obama was responding to them say that about Joe Biden. And so what we have to understand is that these people are pernicious. They are diabolical because what they was projecting was something that did not happen, and that type of misinformation and disinformation is going to be in huge supply, along with AI generated stuff. And we have to remember back to 2016 when over 1 million contact to African Americans in social media to get them not to vote or to cause them to vote for someone other than Hillary Clinton occurred. And was proven in the Mueller report, right? That people didn't read. And so we have to be sensitive to know that we got to speak the right language to the right people, and that these spaces are important because we are learning how to communicate how we should communicate to other people, right? And that if you can communicate what I just talked about to Gaza, right? Then that can be helpful when we are walking people back over from uncommitted or from non-voters or from Trump voters back to where it is that they need to vote to make sure that we ensure democracy.
Right on. This guy's really, really good, D. You found a real winner here.
He's amazing. He is
Amazing.
amazing.
Outstanding. Keep it
I
up,
think he
Royce.
was
Keep it
born
going.
amazing. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure he was born amazing.
Yes, and much
Oh,
gratitude to my fabulous co-host for, telling me, but I am, seeing and hearing is believing because, for those who have come late to the space, Royce and Soul Sister go way back. She knew him when, and she spoke very highly of him. But again, like I said, just hearing you and your responses to various different things, I mean, it just gives new meaning to the accolades that she, gave you before my meeting you. And I am just so honored that you took time out of your day so that other people can get to know how amazing that you are. And I see I see a lot of friends in the room. Everybody actually is, but some really, really familiar ones. And Retta is here, and I'm so glad because I know he's busy, but he had a great space um, last night with another amazing candidate that I had the opportunity to co-host. So I am feeling very good and optimistic, and that's what we try to do. Like, we don't try to sugarcoat it. We understand what we're facing, and that I love that Royce speaks to that. Like, people have to know and understand there is no way we can fight effectively if we don't know what we're up against. But once we know what we're up against, then we too can create our own strategies, because that's absolutely what the other side is doing. They have a strategy, they have infrastructure in place, and they have long-term plans and goals that they have been working on for a long time. Which brings me to something that really bothers me about some of these extremists on our side: the lack of patience, the lack of understanding the importance of incrementalism. And what they don't realize is that the Republicans didn't think this up overnight and get here. It was incrementalism that got them there. Heck, one of the gems that I pulled away from my recent rewatching of The Rise of Nazis is it was Hitler's willingness to give in to incrementalism, because he tried a coup. Guess what? It landed him in jail, where he penned Mein Kampf. And when he got back out, he was still determined, but he realized it was not going to be by force. It was not going to be by co-opting another party, although he kind of did what Trump did. He was sent over to spy on the Socialist Worker Party, and he liked what they were saying, and they brought him on board, and he ousted the guy who had started it and took it over. Essentially, that's what the former guy has done with the Republican Party. And then again, like I said, just the fact that Hitler realized that in order for the Nazi Party to grow strong and to really make the difference, was they had to get within the government, and they had to concede to things not being able to happen overnight and through violence. And that's something that is very much, that lack of understanding is so missing from, I think, some of these extreme left leaning people. Like, I feel like I don't even like to say progressive, because I tell people I think the Democratic Party is progressive, very progressive. But because we are a constitutional republics and Democrats believe in governing, they want to use the Constitution and government and lawmaking, and collaboration and negotiation and compromise to achieve those things, because they recognize that they are governing for all the people. And the Republicans do not, they don't care. They're willing to use any extreme mechanisms that they can to advance their agenda. And I feel like we have entered the danger zone, because they know that they really are a very small minority in this country, as were the Nazis, but they are very violent, um, as were the Nazis. And they were willing to take on extreme behavior and rhetoric to do it. as did the Nazis. So people, I always seek to try to explain that to people. And so Sister and I had the opportunity to be in a late night space on Friday with some of those extreme thinkers in, our community. And when I say our community, I mean the Black and Brown community, and not necessarily, some of these weren't necessarily like, extreme leftists. They were, the alphabet crew, I call the ADOS and FBA, the reparations crew, even had an anarchist in there. But because of the talent and skill of the moderator, we were able to have sane conversations. Although I must admit, it was torturous at moments for me to just sit there and listen and hear the freaking rhetoric, And I was like,
It was, but he really did do a good job, really did. And he was able to give some dialogue that he was speaking to. He was chastising a lot of folks at one time, not just sharing his own personal stories, or sometimes it was mixed in. He was able to
to kind of
address.
bridge, yes.
Yes, he was addressing a lot of people at one time and bridged that gap, and he did an amazing job and reset the room, and he had a good understanding of who his audience was, and I learned a lot from space. I have to really say, my hats off to Robbie.
I often have a lot of our environmentalists are very far left. The very green people are very far left. They don't like Biden, and so I'm often sort of holding that middle ground, between keeping the environmentalism going and then standing up for Biden and trying to explain to them, it's a it's a better alternative for them, and trying to get them to vote. And I have a lot of confidence. Right now, they might be all mad about, some oil deal or something. But by November, I'm quite confident that a lot of them are going to vote. And the other thing I'm thinking here is, you've been talking about Hitler. I often talk about Mussolini because I see a lot of parallels with the early 1920s in Italy, where Mussolini was able to get the uneducated working class and a lot of industrialists at the same time. He formed that coalition to get in power, which was they were very awkward bedfellows that he got.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely. And
yeah,
and at times past, I have spoken about him because actually, he informed Hitler. Hitler
right.
used some of his tactics and things. And again, another thing that we have to understand that's happening here, and some people in this country who know better, they don't care. And it was the same case in Italy and in Germany. And many of these people are billionaires and corporations. They are willing to tolerate the extremes. In some cases, they felt like they could control some of the extremism. And in some cases, they didn't care because they knew that the platform that these guys were running on was going to be beneficial to them. And this is what you have in the Heritage Group and many of their supporters and stuff, because these are billionaires, like the Kochs and Leonard Leo, who do not care about the rest of us regular Americans. They are only concerned with what politician will benefit their concerns. And it's, in fact, because they have so much money and because of Citizens United, they have the ability to shape what those policies are and what those politicians think. And I love that you have a healthy understanding of this, Royce. So again,
Yeah.
thank you so much. And Alex, thank you for what you do. And this is something that I have seen across my time on the platform. Like, I have an IT community with a lot of people in there that I like, but I also know that many of them are libertarian. So it's like we try to have conversation and discourse, be pleasant around the things that we can rally around and agree on. And I tend to stay away, from political conversations with them. We have our moments, but we have developed such an appreciation and a relationship around the other things that we both tolerate each other. I'm sure we're both cringing sometimes. And this is what I say about the moment that we find ourselves in now, like Republicans and Democrats and all of these, independents or whatever. We don't have to love each other. We don't have to agree 100% about everyone's policies. But at this moment in time, it calls for all all Americans who care about America to love democracy enough to rally around that, which takes me back to, what the Speaker Emeritus said. Our diversity is our strength, but our unity is our superpower. And that's how I look at these conversations and things with people. So thank you so much. I'm going to go to Wilson. And then we have another wonderful community member who has come up, also in the social work field. And it is still, I forgot to say this one, Ngazi was up, but it is still also Women's History
Women's History
Month.
Month. Yep.
But it's also a Social Workers Month. And LMZ, well, I'll talk more about it when we get to her. But Wilson, you go ahead, my dear.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Kinniebrew, we've spoken a lot about education today, and I was just curious, what kinds of things would you do to help the American worker? And I guess I have to be the one to ask the environmentalism question, but is there anything that you would do to help climate change?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that question. The American worker, they're the thing about the states. When the states, a lot of stuff goes back to the being electorally active. Because when you have the wrong people in control, especially the governor and your state legislatures, then like in Michigan, we were able to roll back it was that the law in regards to into union
Right to work.
yeah, right to work. And so that was only able to be done because we had a Democratic Senate, a Democratic House, and a Democratic government. And so a lot of things that we want to improve our communities, it's going to take for people to get involved. It's going to take for people to vote, and it's going to take for people to run. Because though then those people that have that control are able to do that. Now, to represent our concerns. Now, in regards to climate change, and I'll just tell you a quick climate change story. I had when I was a teacher, and before I was an administrator, I worked for in the summers for a cruise line, and that cruise line had a cruise that the majority of the teachers worked on because it was a shorter stay that went from Seattle and Vancouver up to Alaska. And we went into a place called Anchor Bay. Well, anyway, there was what are the ice things that come down? I'm so sorry, guys. I'm starting to lose my mental capacity here. The
You've been going a while. I appreciate it so
yeah,
much. I
I'm
appreciate you.
going. I love it though. I love it. I feel like I'm in school, right? What is it? The ice. Oh, a glacier. We were in Glacier Bay. I'm sorry. There we go. We were in Glacier Bay, and my friends that had been on that cruise ship and worked for that cruise line said they can actually see a decrease in the size of the glacier just within the last couple of years that they had been coming. And one of the times that we had the cruise ship parked in Glacier Bay, like a half-mile fracture of the glacier actually fell off. And so the first thing is that we have to be honest about what's happening in regards to, and it goes back again to the misinformation, the disinformation, and it's flat out lies. We got to be honest and talk about, advocate for climate change by being honest, because there's some people that doesn't believe it exists, even though we see the extreme weather events happening all over the place. So it's really being honest, keeping the people electorally in places that can make these decisions that are that are important for us. And then I think, I'm going to admit that I can increase my knowledge. Well, I know about, all of the things about decreasing your carbon footprint and how that happens. And I understand what the Biden administration is doing in regards to the biggest climate change investment in the history of the country. But those things, following the administration and the things that I mentioned, and also getting my weight up about all of the things, because I did hear about how we are producing more oil than we have in the history of the country. And I'm thinking that our environmentalist brothers and sisters aren't too happy about that.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Royce. I really appreciate your answers here. Um, I agree. I think we need more honesty and transparency in the things that we do. And I think we have to definitely combat all that misinformation out there. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that great question and giving him an opportunity to share his thoughts and his understanding around the climate issues. I think he's covered so many bases here and just shows that he is a man for this time and for that community. So up next, we have LMZ, another great voice in our community and also a social worker. And I had the great pleasure of doing a wonderful one-on-one interview with her. And I hope that you guys also, it is on Spotify and Apple. Haven't had an opportunity to carry that one over to the other platforms, but please, if you have an opportunity, do listen to it, because it is important work that she's doing, like Ngazi, Dr. A. We need these people in our community, and they are, just as important and passionate about their area of advocacy as Alex and Wilson and Pup are about climate. And I think I relate to you guys because I love passion and people that are advocates for good things. And Mark champions the legal field, but he also has other expertise that he lends to us as well. And I love his passion around it. And I'm not sure who it was that was speaking to the fact that, trying to communicate these messages at levels of understanding that people can really take in, understand fully, and that Royce certainly has a command of that. Mark is someone else who has a great command of that in his legal analysis and the way he shares with us and what he shares with us. And I think that is also a testament to him and his ability, but it also is what endears him to us, because everyone can understand it. And I love that. And those are very unique skills that not everyone has the ability, everyone possesses. So Royce, like I said, and you won't believe some of the comments that I'm getting in my DMs about how wonderful you are and how awesome. And someone is already giving you a new moniker, calling you Royce the Voice.
I'll take it.
All right. So I love it. So without further ado, we're going to hear from LMZ and then Pup.
Good afternoon, Miss D. Good afternoon, Soul Sister. I just came up briefly. I just wanted to say to Royce two things. The first was I wanted it to be in a recorded space that as soon as you were on Twitter, it's gonna always be Twitter to me because I'm old school. I don't know what X is. I made a donation to your campaign about a week or so ago, and so I like
Oh,
people to know that actions speak louder than words. And so I've already made a donation to your campaign from North Carolina,
oh,
and
thank you.
you're welcome. But it's just about making sure that you understand that the people in this space, in Advocacy Arena, I can't speak or vouch for any other space, Royce. I wouldn't do that. But I can speak for the people in Advocacy Arena that we are committed to supporting you every way that we possibly can. And that means retweeting your tweets, amplifying you, and also supporting you financially. And although that might mean that we're not, all of us are not big spenders, Miss D just did a lovely thing explaining that I'm a social worker. So, social workers are not paid a lot of money, just like school teachers aren't paid a lot of money.
Right.
But I also always say that even if people would just give up that Starbucks cup of coffee once a month, that makes a
Mm-hmm.
difference to a campaign. So I hope that everyone that's listening today and listens will consider giving up that cup of Starbucks or whatever it is once a month or so to continue to help Royce with his extraordinary campaign. And then the last thing I wanted to say, and not because you need campaign advice from me, but I just wanted to say this in all sincerity, because you spoke about in the beginning, you spoke about your faith. And so, of course, that stuck out to me. And I just wanted to tell you to please continue to hold on to that and use that discernment, especially while going through this, because I know because you were doing good things and you were doing wonderful things that people are going to try to dehumanize you and say horrible things and say mean spirited things, especially on social media. And I know you didn't live this long without having some mean things said
That's
about
right.
you. We all
That's
have.
right.
So I don't want to end what I say and you be like, why is she coming up like I haven't been around the block? I didn't just fall off the turnip truck. That's what we say here in North Carolina. I didn't just fall off the turnip truck. But I know because of what you're facing and the group of people that consider themselves progressive, but I consider them to be regressive, can be some of the most
Vicious.
unkind. I'm being very
Okay.
strategic, Royce. I'm wearing my social worker hat.
Okay.
They can be extremely unkind with some of the ways that they can be on social media, etc. And so I just want to encourage you to know, we see you. You are walking in the light that has been clear for the past 3 going on 4 hours now. Um, you are spiritually grounded. You have an appointment and an anointment for this time. And do not let any of those words that might come affect you or get you off track. Brush the dirt off your shoulders, or as it said in the scripture, if you got to brush the dirt off your feet and step over folks, but do what you got to do to keep going. Because it is so powerful good to see someone that is aligned with democratic values and ideas, that is for social justice, racial justice, women's rights, LGBTQ rights, even the concern of what's happening in Gaza, but at the same time is willing to stand up on it as a Democrat and support our president and this administration and support our Madam Vice President and this administration, and that you're not willing to allow, the points of a particular concern or a particular issue supersede what is needed to save our country from fascism and authoritarianism. So I'm so grateful for you being strong and of good courage at this time. And I just wanted to let you know that I support you 110%. And I needed to say that publicly in a recorded space. And so with that, I land my plane, kind sir.
Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. I was at a meeting, and I spoke to the body that was there, and another donor came up to me, and it's very humbling to hear when people donate to you, because it says that I see you, I hear you, and I appreciate what it is that you're doing, and it's very encouraging. It's very encouraging. So I thank you for those words, and I'm gonna stay in the fight. Thank you.
Well, thank you so very much. Thank you for, getting in the fight, first of all, and thank you for hanging out with us for so long today. Like I said, I'm honored and thrilled. Like I said, you've given me goosebumps. Like I said, I'm almost willing, and Lord knows I do no longer care for the cold as I once did. But
Well,
I'm almost
if you
willing
stay in
to.
Michigan, it'll switch in one day.
Exactly. But you know what? That's the same thing we used to say when we were in Germany too. So, but like for good leadership, man, oh man, I'm telling you, I'm so jealous of the folks in your community right now having
Oh,
an
thank you.
opportunity to be represented by someone of your stature, your passion, your heart, your knowledge. Would that we had one everywhere. But glad that they have you there, because again, this is something that we all instinctively understand, because most of us have a basic understanding of civics, and the fact that yes, it is Michiganders that will send you to Congress, But once you are there, you will be legislating and working on things for all Americans. So that is why
Absolutely.
it is so important that we do, find these great candidates who may not be in our state, who we may not actually get to vote for, but we can certainly help amplify and support to ensure that they get to Congress so that we have same good representation there that it understands what governing is about, and understands, has a good grasp of the real issues and a realistic aspect, and take on how we go about improving them. So again, just kudos to you for that.
Thank
And
you.
up next, we have got Pup, and I don't have any more new speakers at the time, so we may just start to wind down. I don't want to wear everyone out. I'd like to end on a high note, a good note, but man, like I said, could talk to you all day, but this has been a wonderful space, and I hope it won't be your last visit here. So, Pup, how are you doing today, sir? You're up next, and I do have someone else that has come up, another lovely member of our community. So, Pup, and then Karen.
Well, how am I doing? We're snowed in. 3 day. We're in day 2 of a 3 day snowfall. So guess what? Now I'm sitting at home. I'm not going anywhere. D, leave it to you to find a good candidate with a catchy name, Royce the Voice. What a wonderful thing. So, Royce, let me ask you a quick question.
Mhm.
Do you have on your Twitter page? Do you have a link for your Act Blue donations page?
Hey,
Yeah,
pup,
I d-
it's up in the nest and it's in the thread as well.
Oh, cool beans. Well, I'll send you some cheese.
all right. Thank you.
Yeah, no, like many candidates that I become aware of, from a handful of people, D being one of them. I'm in Minnesota, so, but I support good, straight thinking candidate, and because we need those. Nat James is another example, somebody I support. Anyway, I don't want to blow my horn, but the reason I jumped in is since we got off, made the foray into climate change, is
Hmm.
since I'm snowed in this morning, I've got a handful of neighbors. Again, let me remind folks, I've been off grid on solar and wind power for a little over a quarter century, and I've got 2 or 3 neighbors that, with the electrical costs going up and stuff, they stop by and they go, "How's that solar shit working for you?" Well, this morning Sunday, Jimmy dropped off the money. I didn't think he was gonna actually, but he knocked on my door Sunday morning and handed me $5,000, and we're gonna install this summer. I ordered all the parts this morning for him. We're gonna install 6 kW worth of solar inverters, batteries, and a hybrid inverter that can grid tie. And this isn't a complete system, that is probably going to come in installed for about $5,300. It's going to
Wow.
completely eliminate his electrical bill. Let that detonate in your brain for him. Anyway, but but yeah, no, it's that's kind of my ballywick is doing renewable energy systems and eliminating people's electrical bills. But anyway, I just wanted to jump in and leave you with some good news that we found another
People are
solution.
doing absolutely, and thank you for dropping in today, Pup. And yes, Pup and I have known each other a long time through Twitter, and he is a very strong climate activist, and he is also someone who will do all that he can to support good candidates when he finds them. So I appreciate that he has found you to be a good candidate. He trusts my judgment. so
Absolutely
um,
do.
so I know he will be supporting you. And again, thank you so much, Pup, and keep us updated on Jimmy. I'm going to try to join you guys on Saturday in your climate club. So I want you guys to keep doing great work over there. I really do enjoy it when I'm able to join and listen. So we've got a couple of new speakers up, and then Wilson has his hand up again. So I'm going to go to him. And then, like I said, we'll start to wind down and give Royce a little break, and because he is campaigning, so he's not just talking, and so we want him to be able to address and do all the things that he needs to do to win that seat that he so deserves. So I just lost Karen. I'm gonna let me see if I can get her back up here. Yeah, she's
I
recon.
got her.
Yeah, okay.
She
So,
should be coming back.
okay. So Karen, you have the floor, my dear, and after that, California native and Wilson.
Well, hey, Dee, this is once again a beautiful way to start a month. So I've been outside pulling weeds and I had to go and run and get the grandkids. And so now I'm sitting out in front of a school and I'm just going to take a few minutes to just say hello to everyone and also say, Royce, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I am
Hey,
I
Karen,
come
Karen,
here early for
hang on a second, Karen. Check your mic because you were just kind of fading in and out there. Let's do a mic check. 1, 2. Just give me a 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Gotcha. Stay right there. Whatever you're doing, try and continue.
Okay, well, you know what? I just took my hand off my steering wheel, so maybe that's the ticket. But yeah, before the kids come and my afternoon turns to chaos, I figured I would just check in with Royce and say, what a pleasure. What a pleasure. In my 65 years, I am so excited about the future of our United States. And the reason why, I mean, last night we sat in on Rita and you are the future. You young people who are motivated to step in and pick up the reins and carry the mantle. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Because this is where an elder like me can say, my grandchildren are going to have a future. And that is the most important and most valuable asset that I have is these precious souls that have filtered out through mine and my husband's,
Yeah.
shenanigans. So stay the course. You're a handsome man. You have a fine presence. You have a voice. Oh yes, you are Royce the voice. Use these skills, dude. You got it. You've got it in bucket load. Stay firm. Stay proud. Stay strong because your vision is worthy. Your vision is solid, and your vision is our future. And it blesses my heart to meet you today. And my name is Karen. I get a lot of special high intensity treatment on this platform. SHIT, yes. So I understand there's a lot of hate out
Yeah.
there, but you know something? When we come at them with kindness and facts and truth and a calm demeanor, we can win them over one by
Yep.
one. We really can.
Yep.
We really can. But thank you, sir. I'm so pleased. I'm just tickled pink.
Well, thank you, Karen. I'm so glad that you had an opportunity to come up before the chaos broke out. I know that feeling. She and I are
Yeah,
very
I'm so tickled.
close in age and also interest. She is a fellow nature lover, so we share a lot of things in common. I love her ladybug, Abby, and that she uses it. So, butterflies are my thing, but, ladybugs run a close second. So she and I became fast friends when we met. So, a California native is next, and then I see that Pup has his hand up again, and then Wilson. So, California native, my friend, how are you?
Not that's not my name, but it's like California activist. I just go by
Oh,
Callie
I'm
D.
sorry.
It's
I just
okay.
yes.
I
Oh,
think there's
Cali,
somebody else called California
California.
native. So
Okay, well,
anyway,
California. Well, I'm just going
thank
to call
you.
you Cali. Okay.
Callie is my nickname, and I work for government, and that's why I'm so hidden. Blah blah blah. Anyway, Royce, I was already following you, and I really appreciated everything you've said in this space, and for the generosity of your time. And I also appreciate LMZ coming on and reminding us that I'm not a Starbucks person, but a small donation from all of us can go a long way. I also wanted to thank both Dee and Soul Sister for their participation in not one, but two of Robbie's spaces that went on into the wee hours of the night. It was probably one of the most, I don't know, exciting and intense spaces I've ever been in. And Soul Sister, your ending I know Dee had to go to sleep at 5:15 in the morning. And I actually fell asleep talking, I think, at the end. But it was a very powerful ending. It was the most powerful ending of any space I've been in. And you both had so much to give in those spaces. And I just can't thank you enough. I was just blown away. You two are just so awesome. So thank you.
Oh, thank you, my friend Karen.
That is so sweet.
It
I really
is.
appreciate that. It just it means a lot because it was late and I was like, nobody's listening. But I've been waiting.
I
I
was
was like, I'm
there.
not leaving until I talk.
Oh my God. I mean,
That's
you
us.
both deserve money for that and awards. I mean, seriously.
Like, yet she persists. She
Yeah.
persists. That's what I was
Oh
feeling.
my goodness. Woo.
I cannot leave this space and let all of that disinformation and misinformation hang in the air without a counter.
Girl, do you understand? I was like, I have notes. I'm going to address each and every one of them. I'm so sorry. Yes, but it's important to be involved in spaces like I don't know that I would be able to moderate a space like that at all. But Miss D, you did a fantastic job. Carol, amazing. You guys you guys were phenomenal because
Oh yeah, Carol and I
woo,
have bonded since
my
that space.
goodness.
I want to thank
I don't
Carol
know that.
too. I don't Is
Yes.
she in here? I
Yeah, I
apologize.
think she's still in here, but
Yeah,
Okay,
she
I
was
didn't
I
in
don't know
realize.
that I
earlier.
could have.
Oh, I see her down there. Carol, you
you
were
know,
awesome as usual. And that
yeah,
was,
but
yeah, a lot of hard work.
yeah, that was a challenging space to be trying to help moderate, but you guys did an amazing job. And I really do think that those spaces are important, and especially when there wasn't any disrespect. There were disagreements in ideology, but no disrespect, and it was important. So I appreciate you saying what you said.
Absolutely, yes. It was a labor of love indeed. That's how much I love democracy and, what I'm willing to sacrifice a few hours of sleep to help to.
That was more than a few though. That was so, I mean, it went on and on. But I was just briefly kind of listening to a different space that had MAGA and supposed Democrats in it. And it was such a, talk
With
about
that, yeah,
interruptions and just nastiness. Like, so I really appreciate what you just said about Robbie's space too, not being that.
I thank you for that. So let me see. Did you have anything else you wanted to add, Callie? Because I don't know if people noticed, but I just got kicked out of my own space because,
Oh, I
Elon does
heard
not,
something. Yeah.
yeah, he does not want us to be great, but, we will not be deterred. Okay. So if
Wow, nobody noticed. I will tell you that.
yeah,
So,
I've learned to be looking for these moments and focused and ready to hop back in. So the trick for anyone else that is hosting spaces, and if this occurs, you actually have something like 2 minutes to reconnect. So it's great if you can send your space to people. You can go to the DM and find that space or on your timeline, and just when you click on it, it will ask you if you want to reconnect. And as you guys said, you didn't even notice, but it is a bit disconcerting. But like I said, you have to figure out a way to overcome these obstacles that are thrown in our path and that will be thrown in our paths because that he absolutely bought it to stop wonderful conversations like we're having here today. So,
Yeah. The only last thing I'll say is I just shared a post about Trump making it official about a 15-week national abortion ban. And
Mm.
I really think that this is a focus that the Democrats really need to not lose track of. I really think, some of the young people who might be pissed off about Palestinians and all of that, abortion may be the issue that brings them back into the fold, so to speak. And I also watched a video. God, was it yeah, last night on YouTube. It was a great interview of some of the students that have had their student loan debt gotten rid of. It was good old John Oliver. So his last night show on student debt, I just want to really highly recommend it. And now I'm done. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that. Yeah, because just recently, this past week, the president rolled out another, round of forgiveness for a different group of people. And this again just shows the savviness of this administration because they have been, tried to be stopped in every way on anything that delivers for we the people, but they have continued to persist and not be deterred and found ways around it. So I don't know how anyone can't be for them. So again, thank you for bringing that to our attention, Callie. I will seek it out and look for that. So up next we have Wilson, then Pup, and then Miss Carol and Miss Denise. And I heard Miss Denise in that space that we were navigating. So I am going to let her be our last speaker and kind of close before we, give Royce an opportunity for some closing thoughts, and certainly Soul Sister, if that's okay with you, Miss Denise. All right. So that's what we're going to do. So Wilson, Pup, Carol, and Miss Denise.
Thank you, Ms. Z. I just wanted to say that I'm jumping on the bandwagon here and donating to Mr. Kinniebrew, and really interesting enough. So I just opened up a new business, and I think that honestly means that I could potentially endorse you, Royce, but I have no idea how to actually do that. So I'm researching that now.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I didn't know how you could do that either, but we're gonna find out, and I'm definitely gonna take that endorsement. Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Wilson.
you're welcome. You take like what it's really great to be meeting strong candidates. People that are for the people, especially when they're compassionate and they're intelligent, much like you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yes, we're going to find out, Wilson, and I love you for saying that. And thank you so much. And again, thank you for coming in and giving us a big old assist today because Wilson is broadcasting this space so that it is amplified even more and reaches more people because he's awesome. So. And thank you just for offering to do that for us so very much. And up next we've got Pup, Carol, and Miss Denise, and then LMZ, who I had asked to close originally. She didn't think she was going to be able to, but she is now. So we'll do that. Okay, I missed my own train of thought there. It looks like Ingrid came in the queue too. So let me just go over again. Let me start again. Pup, Carol, Ingrid, Miss Denise, and LMZ. And for the lovely close, because I love both of you ladies. I don't even know you, Miss Denise, but let me just say, I heard you, lady. so, so, Pup, you want to go?
Yep. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Royce, when you figure out for Wilson how you go about taking business contributions to your campaign, keep me in the loop on that. I followed you, so my DMs are open. I have a couple of small business.
Oh wow.
But on a completely different topic, and given your district, you probably don't have a lot of population of Native Americans there. But I'd like to hear your thought on the Native American plight in the United States currently, and because I came in late, and I'm apologizing to everybody in the room, especially D. Just give me an elevator campaign speech, if you would.
Absolutely. Thanks for that question. When you look at the how certain populations and we know them vulnerable communities, that Native American populations are absolutely positively vulnerable communities. Many statistics in which you see African Americans at the bottom. Many times you don't see see the position of where Native American populations are, whether it's like the number of the percentage of entrepreneurs. There's only one person lower than African Americans in the percentage of entrepreneur, and it's Native American. And you're talking about the amount of alcoholism, the amount of sexual abuse that happens on reservation, the way that schools do not work well. The Native American population is suffering as bad as any population in this country. And a lot of it has to do with this relationship with the Department of Interior and the different, from what I can come with off the top of my head. And this is a good question in regards to the agreement that America has made with Native American population, of which I will be quite honest, I am not versed at, but I know that all of those relationships, those contractual relationships, America, our federal government has not been very nice. I'll just put it like that. And so it's a topic that I like to learn more about. And I think some of the reasons why I do know what I do know is because I was thinking about maybe when I was transitioning from being a classroom teacher to an administrator, there was an opportunity to teach on a Native American reservation, where if you did so, I forgot the number of years. I think it was 3 years or 5 years or something like that. I can't remember the number of years, but they would forgive all of your student loan debt. And so I had looked into some, and that's how I know some things about what happened. But that's my elevator pitch. They need support, but many of the populations, their contractual agreements with the United States, they're different from what I understand. And so I would definitely need to get my speed up on that. But and thank you for that question.
Well, Royce, first off, I'm Lakota. So, consider me a resource. And regarding the treaties made with Native Americans, out of the hundreds of treaties signed by the United States government, not a single one has been honored.
Oh my Lord.
Not
Yeah, we've had many conversations and spaces about this. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Um, I can give you some insight into Indian country. So consider me a resource. The biggest problem I see or I experience and have experienced is there's no education in our school system about Native American history. There's nothing there other than, oh, look at, we signed some treaties and then we moved in and everything was hunky dory, okay, fine. And I could go on. I won't screw you, D. But I could go on 4 hours, and I have a bunch of resources. You don't have to take my word for it. I've got a bunch of resources I can refer you to. And again, given where the 12th district is in Michigan, now if you were one of the northern districts, I've got
Mm-hmm.
plenty of resources up in the Ojibwe community up there.
Wow.
But what you're. Go ahead, D.
Yeah, I was just going to say thank you for, offering yourself as a resource. And I will say that he is. And that, if you have a little free time, I know you're going to be in information overload and working like crazy and mad. But, if you have a little free time, you want to squeeze in a little bit more knowledge about something, I think that
Mm-hmm.
would be a great topic and use PUP certainly as a resource because again when we look at it from a national standpoint which you will be
Yeah.
working from, I think it's important that you understand. And it also speaks to the brilliance and the diversity of this administration, because for the first time, we have a Native American who is in charge of, Deb
Department of Ed.
Holland. Hmm.
Yep. Yep.
So,
Absolutely.
yes, this
Hey,
is someone who understands. So,
as a quick reference, look up the Supreme Court case. I can dig up the number for you, but it's the United States government versus the Great Sioux Nation, and in 1980. And
Mm.
that if that doesn't twist your tweaker, I don't know what will. Um, and that's about it. Settle. And I'll get off my soapbox here because you got a lot of hands up, D, and I know you want to.
Yes, thank you so much, Pup. You added some great insights and commentary to the conversation today. I appreciate you so much. So, up next, we've got Carol, Ingrid, Denise, and LMC.
Thanks so much. I actually need 1 minute. Maybe can we let Ingrid go and I'll go right before Miss Denise?
Sure, sure. Ingrid, go ahead, my dear.
I just wanted to say, Dee, Soul Sister, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Royce. You were our voice today. I cannot believe you actually hung out all day. I had a couple of things to do, came back, you were here. I am so impressed. I have friends that live in Michigan, and don't be surprised if you don't see me there holding up signs for you because
Oh,
you really, really got it. And I love the energy that you brought to the room. I just love the patience. I love the questions from all of us. I mean, we were really good here. We were good stewards. And I just wanted to say, Dee, once again, you bring it home. Advocacy Arena is definitely the place to be empowered in. And you empowered everybody today. And Royce got part of that empowerment because you put it out there. So, sister, thank you for introducing us to this perfect candidate. I call him a perfect candidate because that's how I feel, and I'm getting good feelings. And I wish you the best, Royce, and I will be supporting you as well. Thanks again for giving us your time.
thank you so much. That's so kind of you to say. I really, really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ingrid. Appreciate you so very much. And yes, we were fortunate that the stars aligned for us in finding this awesome candidate and that he was moved to courage to step out there. And it does take a lot of courage, but I'll save this bit for the last part of the space. But yes, I'm just like you, very, very impressed and grateful. So, up next, Carol, are you ready?
Yes, thank you.
Hmm.
Thanks for letting me come up. Yeah, every time I see Ingrid's profile in a space, it gives me a little shot of energy because I know how much enthusiasm and how much dedication and to the work that she does. I also do want to thank Royce for being with us today, for sharing all of his energy, his dedication, and his know-how because he's got a great background. Royce, I love the organizing background. And I love that you are, no nonsense. You have your eyes open, tell us exactly the way it is, not, sugarcoating anything. And I feel the confidence that we'll do a fantastic job. So I will also support it. Yeah, I wanted to piggyback on what California said. That space it was very intense. We didn't actually plan it that way, but it unfolded that way. We had such an unusual mix from, I would say all the way from the Advocacy Arena Pro to the disinformation woes and everybody in between. But sometimes it's great to be able to people talk about what they really want to say. And there are people who are certain in the middle. There are people that hang out in different spaces, and you can sense when their questions are really sincere and they are searching for information. And I was so that we made a difference, really made a difference that night. I need to give a shout out to Mark because last night I was in a space with Mark with some of the same, and Mark did a deep dive, no nonsense education on what is possible legally with reparations, how it works, spelling them. And then, there were a number of democracy voices in the space that really explained heart to heart why voting is really the only way to get toward any of the things that people for our democracy. And yes, all interests, all needs, all voice for democracy ought to be heard and ought to be honored as long as it's not a disinfo. And we do have to choose our battles. We have to discern to know who is really searching sincerely and wants to learn. And I am so pleased to recap what I had, teased a little bit earlier in the beginning of the space to just say we reached somebody with those two spaces, someone that I've seen in many, many spaces and was very much in the camp of the protest vote, either the third party or the no vote or the Trump vote. and and this person last night said space, and I know Mark was there and he probably heard it too, that he had been moved by rationality, by the reason, by the information to understand what is needed really for democracy. And he said, I was going to vote for Trump because I was pissed off and I was feeling, not confident in democracy, but I understand better now. And I'm so grateful that that I was here and that I learned something. And I want you to know I'm going to be voting for Biden. And I was like, wow, I was just amazed. And it just goes to show you that we can have an impact, can make a difference. And so we just need to kind of put all of that common sense, good information together and share our love, enthusiasm for democracy and what we know needs to be the way to go. And so I want to encourage everybody do a little bit of that. Don't just write people off, because there are people who are searching, open-minded, just them with the right thing.
Well, thank you, Carol, and thank you for the work that you do, especially in these Twitter spaces, because is going to forever be that for me. And it's important, and that we all have our area of our skill sets that serve certain areas. And I am always happy to see people using those in ways that further advance democracy. So thank you for, being a part of that process, and, for, allowing me to, inviting me. And then, Robbie invited me to co-host, and you were the other co-host. And I think you did a fantastic job. I got a few DMs that, like I said, even though I was frustrated, it didn't come across on the outside, but people were telling me that, yeah, you are pricking hearts and minds. So I will continue to do it as I can, because it does, I'm telling you, it takes some effort, no matter how I sound when I'm saying it. Sometimes I'm like, oh my God, oh my
It's not
God.
easy and it's exhausting, right? Especially when the space is as
Very,
long as it is. And I just wanted to
very.
give a shout out to Miss also, because I was so inspired by her as well. And I'm so happy to be getting.
Same here. So looking forward to hearing her. And Miss Denise is up next. So thank you for joining us here today. And again, like I said, I was really inspired just hearing your voice in that, important but difficult conversation we were having the other night. And I recognized the voices of sanity and rationale when I hear it. And you were definitely one. So I want to thank you for the role and the part that you played in that conversation. And you sound like someone who walks your talk. And so I feel like you're probably doing that in your everyday life. So I applaud you for that. And without further ado, my dear, you have the floor.
You're so gracious. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to speak with you today, Miss D. My soul sister, I appreciate you both. I appreciate being a part of the space and providing my perspective. Thankfully, I work from home, so I was able to take part in this higher space today and hear the just the response of Congressman Royce, whom I have just begun to love since I've heard you. And I must say to you that I know you're a great soul, because my son's name is Royce.
Oh, okay. That's not, I love
Yes,
that.
yes, Royce, yes. Well, his dad is a Royce Sr., so I have a Royce Jr. in my life. So I know that from experience, you're a great soul, you're a great person. And I pray that God would grant you the wisdom and how to navigate this course, this journey that you're taking on. I will say that listening to you from the very beginning, from the onset, from the various questions that you responded to, and you could just hear and know that your responses were not robotic. Your responses were not something that someone had to give you a footnote to.
Mm.
They are part of your DNA, and I so appreciate that in this time, because this time it's a great time. Although the chaos, the agents are out daily, they're doing what they're supposed to do. They're sowing discord and chaos wherever they can, whenever they can. That is their purpose. And I'm thankful for people who are honestly are on the front line fighting for democracy, because this is such a great time for us to be in the fight, to be a part of a legacy that we can, proudly say as Americans that I fought for you. I didn't fight in World War One, World War Two, Vietnam War, any of those wars, but for the war that we are now facing for democracy, I can say that I am fighting full in as a soldier, as a commander, I would say, on the front line. And that is what I want to say to you. I want to just encourage to be that voice as we amplify your voice, as we amplify your truth. The only thing that I ask of you is that as I amplify you, as I donate to your cause, that you continue in your truth, you continue, you remember, sometimes we start out one way and we end up another. And so the expectation is that you hold out how you start out and you continue to fight. I see the spirit of Joshua with you, just listening to you. And, being a woman of faith, I was telling them on when we were in Robbie's space, a lot of my analogies come from faith because that is a part of my DNA. Before I move, before I do anything, I have to consult, okay, what is the best strategy? Because we come in we come in as winners. Let me say it like this. We come in as winners already understanding that we have won this race. So we somewhat have a glimpse of the end. But although we have a glimpse of the end, we have to fight through. So that part where that segue where we're from the beginning to the end, the strength that you need, all of that comes from, in my view, the word of God. That is what I take. And I'm not here to preach Christianity to anyone. And I said that on Friday. Wherever you find your strength, your faith, may it be in yoga, whatever it is, then you have to take hold of that on a daily. And you have to honestly gird up the loins of your mind, because the fight that you're fighting, it's meant to destroy you. Trump is not playing. Steve Bannon is not playing. They're coming in to destroy you. And so we can't be fretful, we can't be fearful, we can't be at a mindset, what am I gonna do? Like when chaos, you have to stand flat-footed on what you know and be persuaded that he who hath brought you can carry you. And I will say to you, keep fighting the great fight of faith. When we started out in 2024, the word that came for the year was the year of expectation, the year of expectation. And so it doesn't matter what it looks like, even with resources, you declare early on, there is no lack. You have to speak those things that be not. And I'm sure you know the rest of that. Call them, whatever it is that you desire, you speak it on a daily. You have to be your own motivation. Sometimes when you don't find the motivation that you need, when people are not, giving you that pat on the back and saying, Royce, it's going to be okay, you have to have it within. And when I said Joshua, I just see you as a person, and I've never met you, but just picking up your spirit, what did Joshua, he said, oh, we could cross this Jordan. And there were people with him and this is how I see the landscape today. Because when I hear people, they're fearful, they're fretful, it's like we're seen as grasshoppers. The Trumps and the MAGA, they're giants, they're mighty, but honey, they're gonna fall. I'm trying to tell you. And so knowing who you are and what it is you possess, your knowledge, your passion, your faith, when you take all of those and bring them to the forefront, you cannot be defeated. And I just want to really I just came on to encourage you, because I have so enjoyed this space. I enjoy my sisters, what they're doing, advocating for the marginalized community, fighting for women. This is it's a great fight to be in, and we have to be all in. We can't be uncommitted when we're upset, when things don't go our way. We can't be whatever our ideology or policy may be that we may not believe that it's at the forefront, we have to still be all in, because being all in means that when we get what we want, then we can discuss that later. I believe that there is a changing of the guards. I honestly do. I honestly do. I honestly do. And I think MAGA knows that. They cannot, as Miss Fannie says, the train is coming and it can't be stopped. And I honestly believe that they see that. We are mightier and more powerful together. It is the people who is trying to break and divide and conquer that, because they know and understand that it is more of us than it is of them. And when we see, I was telling someone today, they was they was saying, he gets all these breaks, and now his bond is at 175. Don't be upset. That should rally you to say, okay, let me go out and speak to 17 people, 17 and a half, whatever. Let me go out and rally. Let me get 17 people who will be committed to vote for Biden, for the Democratic ticket. Because as you notice that in this era with him, you got everyone that's aligned to him coming out. Some of these people you didn't hear about a couple of years ago. You didn't hear about, I'm in North Carolina by way of New Jersey. So some of the people, you didn't hear about them. I was out here walking the streets for Hillary, walking the streets for Barack. I attended Barack's second inauguration in DC. And so I said, it's crazy. All of these quacks, they just coming out. They everywhere now. Like, you didn't even hear these people a few years ago, because what he is about is bringing forth that. So it's almost like when he opens his mouth, it's a sound. It's a sound that they hear. So the sound, and I was telling the person, I said, you understand that this is a spiritual fight. Although we're fighting, it's election season, we're in this human form. We're out here doing what we need to do. We have to do the work. But it's a spiritual battle. It's a spiritual battle, because the Bible speaks expressly that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities in high place, the Supreme Court, the highest ruler of the land, the Supreme Court. Look what it is that they're doing. They're aligning with him. They're aligning with him. And what is happening has to happen. And if anyone understands history, biblical history, you understand where this is going. And so what you have to do, you have to consistently keep yourself girded, keep your mind at an alert where you're able to fight against anything that comes against you. As the Bible would say, the wiles of the devil. But you're able to fight against that consistently. Because again, we may get knocked down, but best be we getting back up. Because when you got 12 rounds to go, you got to prepare mentally, physically, stamina that you need to go 12 rounds. There's preparation in doing that. And so we can't get we're here in March. And yesterday someone said that, okay, spring. So things are going to begin to bud, begin to come forth for you. So I understand that spiritually, although I know that I'm fighting this fight here and I'm fighting to win. We have to, if we want to expand our tent, our voice, we have to use, and I said this on Friday, use your 2 ears and your 1 mouth so you listen more. We're going to not agree on everything, but we find what we can agree on and not be disagreeable. That which we can agree on, and we could say that democracy is at stake. And I think everyone here present can say that today. Democracy is key. It is at stake for my children, for my grandchildren, the life that I want to live. I'm in my 50s. I've done well for myself in this life. And for someone to think that they're just gonna come and yank what I have done for me away, no, sir. That's a fight that I'm willing to have. And then for my grandchildren who they just going about, they don't even know what's going on. They may see me watching TV and in these spaces, and they may have a sense, but the full throttle of what's happening and how it can affect their future, they don't know. And so we have to lay aside those things that we have not, we've come to the table for. There's a consensus for it. We agree that we want this to happen. And the buzz that I hear a lot of is reparation. I hear that a lot in somebody. Whatever that looks like for you, whatever you believe man can give you. I'm not looking for a reward from man, because I know one thing is temporal. But Not, don't get me wrong, it's not that I don't mind, I wouldn't mind having it here on earth, because it takes money, it takes resource to live and to do things. You feel me? So I'm saying that we have to sometimes sit down with people of opposing views, opposing viewpoint. Try to see things from their lens. We have to, if we want to be as great as we say that we are, if we want to defeat him as big as we want, and I'm telling you, I want him to be so defeated. I want to feel like I done bury him 6 feet under. I'm trying to tell you. No mercy. No mercy. No mercy. No mercy.
Amen.
And I'm not talking about in violence.
Right.
I'm not talking about anything violent, but the Bible says the kingdom you take it, you take it, you take it, you gotta take it. For the kingdom of God suffereth violence, but the violent what? They take it by force. Like, you ain't getting this. Oh, I'm yanking it out your hand every time I get. Every opportunity you give me, I'm going to yank it out your hand. That's what I'm talking about. And to do that, you have to be mentally sharp. You have to have some knowledge. You have to know what you're talking about, and you have to be ready. But also in doing that, you have to be empathetic, compassionate, and listen. Listen. We have to start listening more. Again, we have 2 ears for a reason and 1 mouth for a reason. God knew what he was doing when he made us. And so in this time, I just ask that we be about our daily business. Don't be overwhelmed. Don't, be so upset, because when things are aligned with you, they're gonna work for you. That's not hard to figure out. The judges that are in his pocket, every decision they make. People, I see them, they just upset. Well, she's in his pocket. What would you expect her to do? If she did anything other than what she's supposed to do, then she's not doing what her job calls for her to do. So for every how do I want to say this? For every where you think he's getting something, he's getting one up on us, then we bring 5 up on him. For everything you feel like, oh, he's advancing, then you advance. If you feel like he's advancing 2 steps, then you advance 10.
That's right. Thank you, Miss Denise. Said a word, and I am so glad.
Yes.
Yes, and I see that as us, holding fast to our convictions, and as you said, to not be dismayed, and that is why I always close with those encouraging words from John Lewis. And I am so glad that you came up here to give him some encouraging words, because these candidates need it. It's not easy out here. It is not easy, and they are not giving up easily, but we will not be deterred. And like I said, you just fill me with so much encouragement, and I hope that it is doing the same for Royce. So I'm honored that you came up to share that with us, and to, just encourage him today, because
Absolutely.
yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank
So
you.
next up, we've got LMZ, and then Royce. Get ready. We want to hear some closing thoughts from you, and then Soul Sister, and we're going to wrap this wonderful, but I know long day for you up. So, LMZ, my dear, give us some closing thoughts.
Oh my goodness, I can't possibly follow church. I mean, that was church. How am I supposed to possibly follow going to church
But
this
you know what I
afternoon?
love about that, and that she's able to speak to it without, insisting that anyone else,
Oh no, she didn't in
had
any way, shape, or form. It was
exactly
totally
it.
respectful. And if
But
anybody didn't think that, then that is a projection on them, because Miss Denise was totally respectful in how she just presented that to
And
us.
and
You know
she
what I
spoke
mean?
yes, because I grew up in a religious family. My father is a minister, so many of the scriptures and the references she's used, it's like, oh my
Yeah.
goodness, oh my goodness. But the other thing is that, like, I want us not to give up those our Christianity, because they're trying to take that as if, Democrats aren't there aren't Christians in the Democratic Party. The same thing with patriotism. They do not own these things. In fact, they're very decree about them. Everything about it is false. So, and the opposite. So I love that like I said, that we're not seeding that. So,
No.
all right. So you go ahead, and then we'll go to Royce and Soul Sister.
Okay, well, let me just say in all sincerity, I enjoyed every word. Miss Denise is still in here. of those affirmations, that encouragement, that spiritual edification on this Monday afternoon. Thank you so very much. I know it was for Royce, but it also blessed my spirit as well. And so for my closing thing, Royce, I actually did come back up to say something spiritual, but it's positive, but in a different way. I just want you to remember that during this Holy Week, it was Judas that betrayed Jesus, and it's not that I mean that someone that close to you, sir, or that intimate to you is going to betray you. Of course not. But what I'm going to is that there is an issue within our Democratic Party, which is why you were running in the first place. And that is something that we need to be very mindful of. This is what you're up against right now. And that is a primary against someone else who also has a D next to their name. And one thing that I'm very focused on, people in this space can tell you about it. And so I'm going to say it again. They're probably going to all roll their eyes, Royce, but Al Gore won the election in 2000. He lost it because a third party candidate and a chaos agent named Ralph Nader insisted on running, and people that had D's next to their name voted for him. And then that got us to the Supreme Court, as you know. But Al Gore won that election. And in 2016, Hillary Rodham Clinton won that election. And it is people that had D's next to their name, sir, that voted for Jill Stein. And that is why Donald Trump won the Electoral College vote and ended up in the White House. And so I am very focused on not the not that there's not the essential danger of the white supremacists and what is happening with the other side, but I'm always very focused on the people that are supposed to be a part of our big tent, and that they do not stand with us when it comes to harm reduction, and that they do not stand with us in moments like this when we are trying to save our country and the American citizens, and marginalized communities and our own families and our own children and our own schools and our own churches or faith centers, from all kinds of things. And that they've shown this over and over again, going back to the 2000 election when people with D's next to their name decided they just could not vote for Al Gore. And so I tell you that story, which I know you're so familiar with this being Holy Week, is to just remember that it was actually Judas. It wasn't, somebody way out there on the other side of town. It wasn't a Pharisee. It wasn't a Roman, not with the betrayal. I know they were accountable for lots of other horrible things, but not the betrayal. And so I just want you to be mindful of that and know that those of us that are on your side are truly on your side, and that we will be ride or die for you all the way. And you don't owe us anything, sir. It's not about that. There's no quid pro quo in Advocacy Arena. But I mean, we have your back. I just want you to know we have your back, and that you can come to this space, or the people that are following you from this space, anytime you need something amplified or anything like that, and let us know. And we will be here for you, because in times like now, it's important to know which one of those are going to be really with you and which ones are not. I hope that made sense. And with that, I really am now going to land the plane. And thank you so much for taking time out of your busy campaign to spend going on 5 hours with us in Advocacy Arena, as the song and as the TV show and as the movie says, you could have been anywhere else in the world today, but you're here with us. So thank you for taking this much time out of your busy schedule to let us learn more about you, to get to know you, for you to take the kindness and graciousness and patience to listen to all of us. And so many of us are not Michiganders, and we can't actually vote for you. I mean, what that says about your character and your integrity and who you are as a man and who you are as an American, wanting to make sure you are representing people and listening to constituents' concerns. And it's amazing. It's amazing. And I hope everybody that was in this space retweets this space. I hope you are already following Royce. And I hope when and if you are financially available, you make a donation to Royce. And with that, I land my plane.
Thank you so very, very much. Ditto to everything that you just said. So, Royce, sir, I tell you, like I said, it has truly been an honor. I feel like we have been given a gift by having you here for this amount of time. And I think what most people heard, and especially like Miss Denise, what you is authenticity. Okay, that can't be bought. Okay, it is in you. And I heard her saying, stay authentic, continue to be who you are. I promise you, it will take you where you need to be across the finish line because Michiganders need you. So, with that, I am going to give you an opportunity for some closing thoughts. And, an ask, don't be afraid. We're here to support you in every way that we possibly can. And then over to my fabulous co host for her closing thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I try to be led by what's right. And I think, and I've learned that it's the investment into people. And I've learned that you can't think about where you are investing, how you are investing, who you are investing to. You just have to do what you think is right. And so, being here for the time that I've been here, it's what I thought was right and to answer the question to the best of my ability. And we can't beat liars by lying. We can't beat those that spread disinformation by spreading disinformation. We can't beat those that spread misinformation by spreading misinformation. We can't beat those who are disingenuous by being disingenuous. And so I made a decision at the beginning of my thought process of doing what I'm going to do here in my campaign is to be honest and be authentic and be who I am. If I lose because of that, man, I can live with that. But I believe that that's what we need right now. We don't need more of the same to get a different result. It's just not gonna happen. And so I've been honored, and as a lifelong educator, just to be in a space, in a place with people from different parts of the country and hearing their process. This is all going to be helpful. Many of us know that nothing that you learn or that you experience is ever wasted. It's all together for the good. And so I really enjoy being here to share some ideas and to to tell people who I am. And I believe in my heart that if I just tell people who I am and what I've done, that the end result is going to be me being elected to Congress from Michigan's 12th congressional district. So I need your help. My opponent has raised over $3 million. But I don't think that's going to help her. I don't think that putting your personal concerns, even though they are significant, even though they are important, but I don't think that putting your personal issues, concern, policy position ahead of those of your district, I don't think that's right. I just don't think that's right. If the people of the 12th congressional district hired you to do a job, then you should do the job. I can't walk into one fast food restaurant and talk about how good the fries are in another fast food restaurant and say that's what's important. You can't do that's a fireable offense. And it's not personal. It's not personal. You're not doing your job. And that's just what it is. And you are not doing your job to the extent that you are putting 330 million people in jeopardy of losing democracy. Thank Arena for having me today. Go to my Act Blue, donate, and we're gonna save democracy, and we're gonna do what's thank.
Oh no, man. Thank you. Okay, so sister, you've got the floor.
I don't even know what I should even be saying. Closing because there have been so many amazing voices in this space, and one of those, of course, is my good friend Roy. My goodness, I'm just grinning. I am so grateful that you took the time out to spend the entire day with us, pretty much, and I hope that the experience has been as enriching for you as it is. Sorry, you're going to have to deal with them. I'm
That's
sorry.
okay. Just carry on.
I hope that you have been enriched by stuff as I have. It's so funny that Miss Denise, she came in and she spoke about and said some of the same words that I was going to say when she alluded back to Fannie Willis saying, the train is coming. Because I looked it up because I'm like, is that a song? And I'm like, I know it's a song. And so I looked it up. So I was going to bring that up today. So it's like the spirit of the space was already born this morning before we even arrived in here. And you only you being in here was serendipitous. That it was supposed to happen. It was supposed to be. And every time I'm in Advocacy Arena, I enjoy it. I learn from it, I grow from it, and I get something out of it, and it keeps me inspired to continue fighting each and every day. And I just want to say that you added to that, obviously. You obviously did. And I remember first meeting you and hearing that name, Royce, and I was like, wow, that is like royalty. This man is supposed to be a leader of some sort, and I'm glad that you have shown leadership in many different sorts, and this is just the next destination for you. So, a lot of times coalitions have strange bedfellows, but nobody ever mentioned the wonderful friendships that you gain from those coalitions as well. So I have to say that I cherish that. And I cherish the opportunity to continue to grow and learn from the friends that I have made. And that includes you, Royce. I also want to mention somebody. And I want to mention her not because I want to play favorites, but I just want to mention the fact that, we're on this space and we spend a lot of time together on the timeline and just in the fight. And every now and again, you get the amazing opportunity to actually meet somebody from this Twitterverse in real life. And I got the opportunity to meet Keeping Faith. And I just want to say one day, young woman, you're going to get on this mic because you have so much to say. She's an amazing woman. If you're not following her, follow her. She's truly a beautiful human being. And I'm so grateful that I got a chance and opportunity to meet her. And she's always reaching out, offering any type of assistance that she can, as so many people do. So many people have sent DMs about how wonderful they think you are, Royce. And, you're an amazing friend. You're going to be an amazing leader. And I am humbled to know you. I want to, and not to take us to church and not to, push my faith on anyone, but I want you to take an opportunity, if you don't already know it, and I'm sure you probably do, to read the prayer of Jabez, because while you know what I'm talking about.
I do, of course I
All right,
do.
I know you know. 'Cause when Denise was talking, all I could think of is like, this is the prayer of Jabez is the perfect prayer, that if I didn't do anything else but say this prayer in order to know that you were being protected throughout this process, that would be the one. And if you guys don't know it, go look it up. It's Jabez. It's Jabz. I'll just tell you the first little part. It says, "Oh, that you would bless me and enlarge my territory." That's all. I'm not going to give you any more. I'm going to leave you hungry. If you want to go look up, you can go look it up. If you don't want to, you don't have to. But that is all that I kept thinking when she was speaking. And earlier when LMZ was speaking, and there have been many who have come up and talked about your spirit and your character and just how moved they've been by things that you have said. And I don't think that that's by mistake. And it's obviously genuine and sincere. And I know it because I know. But other people feel like they know you too, just from today. So I want to say that, we're always talking about encouraging people who should be leaders and should run to go ahead, run for something. And that is what Royce Kinniebrew has decided to do. And he has taken up this mantle. And it is a very courageous one. And I do see victory in the at the end of this long race that you're about to run. You're gonna have to sprint some days, and some days you might be crawling. But I know you know that because you're a track star. You got this. See, I know you. I know you. You trained for this. You were training Saturday, right? So you got
Right.
it. I mean, it's not a big deal, right? So I just want I want people to realize that it was very encouraged to hear another candidate like last night in Reddit space, Sabrina. I can't remember her last name. Bouchard, is that it? Did I get that right? Did I get that right, Miss D?
Yes, you did. I'm sorry.
Yes. Okay. Yes. When she was an amazing new candidate coming as well, and we're going to claim victory for her. And these young candidates, and I say young, we're probably all about the same age. Right? Well, I guess I'm young now. Ha! What? But it's these are the voices that this is what we've been asking. This is what we have been demanding, Democrat. And here it is. And here it is. And, she said something very significant. She said, even if from just the people in this space, if they, and I know we need more than $1, but even if just $1, just to show that you have a community of support when it comes time, when they start looking and they say, well, looking at the books, we need that. That is what Royce needs. That is what we need in our communities across this country. And I'm going to advocate for Michigan because this is where I dwell, but this is also a state that I love. It has been home to me, and it is important to me, and it is significant to the country, not just because of the state, but because of where we stand and what we stand for here as well. So I want you to remember that even $1, maybe today is all $1 that you can do, and that's fine. That's beautiful. But keep supporting the candidates that are willing to go to the mat for you and who are willing to make positive change in the direction that you want to see this country grow in. Because if not, you're gonna just keep complaining about the same old if you keep voting for the same old same, or you're gonna end up in a position where our democracy is at stake, and that is something that I simply cannot abide by. So I want to thank Ms. D for and let me just tell you, I was I was like begging Royce, like, when are you going to announce? I wanted to say something for so much. I was begging, like, what? Waiting patiently. So I'm so glad the day has come that it is out and we are, celebrating this new path here. But I want to thank Miss D because she has, taught me so much and given me such a great opportunity to sit here with her and to grow as a Democrat, as an advocate, as a person, as a friend, as a mother. The amount of knowledge and wisdom and support that I've gained from the friendships that are important to me from this space, and my bestie, LMZ, girl, don't think I done forgot about you. What? I am so blessed and I'm humble. And I want to thank each and every one of you for every single time reaching out. Carol, you didn't have to invite me up. You didn't have to even acknowledge that I was in the space. I just, Ingrid always sending, little notes and words of encouragement. Denise, Karen, all of them. There's so many people. I'm probably Carmen, Joseph, Hector. I'm looking at the Bernadette, Sean, all of these people. I mean, there are so many absolutely that I know I can call friends. And even if it weren't, I would still call you. Don't worry about it. Because that's how I feel about you. So I want to thank each and every one of you for sitting here and taking in all of this information. And I hope you retweet out the space. And I hope that you continue to support the candidates that support the values that you believe in. So over to you.
Oh my goodness. This has been a phenomenal space. I feel like our conversations every Monday are great and important and encouraging, but some of them are just outstanding. And today is one of those days, and it was made so by our guest. Royce, I cannot thank you enough. I am so honored to know you, to get to know you better and to know that you are running to make a difference. Your authenticity bleeds through. Just continue uh, being you. And, I want to thank Retta for, asking me to co host, to introduce another great candidate. In this election season, and Sabrina, I was so impressed by her and both of you're leading by examples. I feel like both of you are being called to the time that you're in. Like, she is such a strong climate activist, and she has already done work. Her schooling, her professional, her education, the work that she has already done prepares her for this moment, just as the work that you have done and are doing prepares you for this moment. And we do need young, innovative leadership. And it just heartens me to know that it exists. It exists. And when we find them, we have to hold on tight to them. We have to encourage them. We have to support them. So, like everyone else, I want to beg you guys to please do whatever you can to amplify this wonderful candidate who I am claiming victory for. And Miss Denise, thank you so much for coming and just speaking words of encouragement into his into the room, but into Royce, because we cannot take that for granted. It is very difficult for people, first of all, just to decide to run. You know, it takes a lot of courage, but it takes even more to do it in a race that you know is going to be difficult, to be hard. Like this woman, you talked about the support systems that she already has in place. And I live in a state that is a Republican majority. And, you know, almost half of the extreme candidates that we have in office now ran unopposed. So I
Right.
sit on the advisory board of an organization to try to encourage people to do what you and Sabrina are doing. Please run. We need people to run everywhere. And sometimes it's not winning that makes the difference. It is being in there hammering away. And, you know, like in states like mine, like we don't expect all of these candidates to win, but it's not about winning this particular election, but it's like being in the fight, you know, putting our stake in the ground and letting them know we will not cede our democracy to extremists. So thank you for really, really understanding and knowing what's at stake. And as Soul Sister said, I feel like the spirit was on this space before we even entered it, because my thoughts around it are what informed the title. And that again was sparked by something that Speaker Emeritus had said, and that was that our diversity was our strength, is our strength as America, but our unity is our superpower. And so what I want to encourage each and every one of you in whatever small personal way that you can is to tap in to both of those things, because our diversity is what has made this country, and we need to continue to celebrate it and to lean into it, because the opponents are trying to take that diversity and turn it into something ugly and to pit us apart. And we have all heard the saying, you know, united we stand and divided we fall. And these sayings come about because they are true. They are true. So I just want us to remember that, you know, elections are about addition. We need to be bringing people in, and those that we can reach who are in the extreme arenas, you know, let's try to have those conversations. But understand there will be some that, as LMC alluded to, we'll just have to shake the dust off our feet. We cannot save everybody. You know, Harriet didn't. You know, we cannot let those, we cannot waste a lot of time trying, you know, in useless battles. We just have to know that we have to keep moving forward. And it has been such a wonderful space. I encourage you guys to share and retweet it. And I want to give a special thanks to Wilson, who understood when he came in that something wonderful was happening and offering to amplify our conversation, Royce's campaign, and the consistent work that Soul Sister and I committed to by broadcasting it on his broadcast. So, Wilson, I cannot thank you enough. I feel like all of this was just kind of serendipitous, because I believe that when you are committed to good work, the resources that you need will find you. You just have to stay committed, you know. And I know that the people in this community, in this space, are committed people. We are committed to democracy. So I just want to, you know, just, you know, hug you all and thank you, those that came up and spoke in the conversation, asked great questions that provided insight. I want to thank Mark for coming and giving us his legal update and commentary. And if I start trying to name everyone, I know I'm going to forget someone. So don't feel slighted if I don't name you by name, but know please know that I see you. I see you and I love you. And I appreciate your support, your continued support, because it's the same faces that I see. You know, sometimes people, I laugh with Soul Sister because sometimes I told her I feel like a teacher because when I send out the invitation to the space, that people will tell me I won't be able to make it or I'll be late, like, you know, they're going to get demerits or something like in school. But it means a lot that you let me know that, because it says to me that we mean a lot to you, and for that I am grateful. And I just want to encourage you all to continue making noise, getting in good trouble. And I love that I am able to start my week off with you guys every week because it grounds me. And I think Denise spoke to this. We have to continue to stay, and Roy spoke to this, grounded in the truth and not get lost in despair, because we know that there are so many forces against us, not just the candidates that, our Democratic candidates are up against, but also the systems that were designed to help us and to advocate for democracy, like the media. They are not on our side. They are not helping us. Stop looking to them to help or counting on them. We are the Calvary. And to me, we look very strong. And I am so glad to be, on this journey fighting for democracy, for such wonderful democracy warriors as you guys. And, like, we can't all do everything, but we can all do something. And I am grateful that I know the people that come in here, they all are about doing something, because in order for us to maintain, sustain, and protect our democracy, it requires all of us to take an active part in doing that. And like, we can't all run for office, but we can all do something. And in addition to supporting Royce and Sabrina, some other great candidates that you may be aware of, I want to take an opportunity for a personal plug to ask you to please support Blue Tennessee, because it is an organization that is designed to encourage and support candidates like Royce here in Tennessee, because this is where fascism is happening in real time. You can become a member, or you can make a one-time donation. And I put the link in the purple pill to become a one-time contributor. But in the nest, there is a link to the organization. It is Blue Tennessee, all spelled out, .org, where you can become a member. And we will be having monthly meetings where we are showcasing the candidates. We are working real hard to make sure that there is an opponent running in every district, so that at least these extremists just can't walk in. And I am so glad and thankful that Royce is running, because I do feel that Talib, some of her ideology is extreme. And the only way that you balance that out and bring it back is by them having an opponent, because it brings transparency, it brings accountability. Because as Roy said earlier, and sometimes first of all, if people don't have a choice, they don't have a choice. The other thing is, when they're given choices, they are also giving explanations and understanding of the difference. And sometimes all it takes is awareness of those differences. So let's keep trying to do whatever we can, wherever we can, because this is the fight of our life. This is not a normal election. This is not, the red versus the blue, Democrats versus Republicans. This truly is an election about autocracy versus democracy. And there are so many things, but you'll see it on my timeline. We didn't get a chance to talk about in the space, but I did do some graphics to let you know some of the things that I think are important, and I'll be tweeting about them. But one thing that I do want to just mention here in the space is that Wednesday will mark the 1-year anniversary of the Covenant School shooting here in Tennessee. And it saddens me that during this week of that anniversary, the extremists in our party, they refused, the governor called a special election to try to address gun violence because it hit so close to home. I mean, really close for him. Like two of the teachers, or, a principal and a teacher who died, they were actually personal friends of the governor. One was scheduled to have dinner with his wife that night. He was very cowardly. It took him 3 days to come out and even speak publicly about it. Then, only after a lot of pushback, this is also what caused the Tennessee Three, which made national news, them to get expelled because they were advocating for common sense gun laws. And they got expelled for trying to bring those measures to the floor. And unfortunately, last year during our session, they refused to address it. And so the governor called a special session, and they put all these fascist rules in place and still didn't address it. But you know what they did address before they ended the last regular season? They passed the bill to limit the liability, or to give gun manufacturers immunity from prosecution, but they couldn't be bothered to do anything. They were trying to pass gun laws. They were trying to privatize schools and trying to get teachers to be able to carry guns. And, and Gazi spoke to this before, like, teaching is hard, and we should not be putting all these extra burdens on them that would prevent them from doing their job. So I'm going to get off my soapbox, but I just wanted you guys to remember to think about these Covenant family in your prayers and your thoughts this week, and continue to lift them up, because they're still dealing with something. There is still a court case revolving around that, of the shooter's manifesto being released. The families don't want it, but that is still being litigated as we speak. So just keep those things in mind, and look out for my timeline. I'll be talking about some of the other things, but I'm so happy that we just had an opportunity to talk to Royce today, and to get to know a good candidate that we can all get behind, amplify, and support, that will be very effective at helping to shore up our democracy and improving the life of his constituents and Americans. So I want to leave you with some wonderful, encouraging words. I know that they are for me, which is why I recite them at the end of every space. And these are words from the late, great Representative John Lewis, someone who was an inspiration to me for many reasons. And Roy spoke about this, but sometimes it gets tough, and we just cannot lose hope. And these words help me to cheer me up, or ground me, and give me a sense of hope during those moments when things may be looking a little bleak. And they are. Do not get lost in a sea of despair. Be hopeful. Be optimistic. Our struggle is not the struggle of a day, a week, a month, or a year. It is the struggle of a lifetime. So never, ever be afraid to make some noise and get in good trouble, necessary trouble. So I thank you guys for coming and joining Soul Sister and I in Advocacy Arena every week to make some noise and get trouble, because I know that you continue that on the timeline, and when you go out about in your private life and in your particular circles of influence. So with that, I just want to leave you all with peace and blessings for a wonderful rest of the day and a great week ahead. And thank you all for your contributions, whatever they were here today. And thank you, Royce, and looking forward to hearing so much more from you.
Thanks. Have a good one, everybody.
You too. Bye-bye.